like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
And anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillar. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead and hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've even seen people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, today we are back with another interesting episode, because I'm going to make it interesting. Let's just keep that real. I'm going to make it interesting. You know, panels I get, oh, it's going to be interesting, you know. But we're going to deal with a situation that came up. Some of you may have already heard about it. Ashley Jana. We're going to talk about Ashley Jana and the wonderful man that loved her. Okay? That's what we're going to talk about, y'all. The wonderful man that loved her. All right. We're going to have to deal with a tragic situation that some people would describe it as a very tragic situation. Okay? You know what? I left a word out the title. I'm going to get it in after the show, because it's really about the wonderful white man that loved her. Real talk. Okay. But before we get into all that, let me first do this. First of all, shout out to the people who come through on a regular basis, because y'all are the fam, and I appreciate y'all big time. Shout out to all the people who leave comments after the stream. These are things that help grow the channel, because it helps with the algorithm. You know, especially, you know, engagement helps. So shout out to all y'all. Shout out to the people who hype me up every chance they get. I know you can't do it every single time, but every time you can, man, hook a brother up. Hook a brother up, okay? And shout out to everyone who hits that like button, y'all. The tried and true way of helping promote a channel, and I definitely appreciate it. So keep it coming, keep it coming. Shout out to each and every one of y'all. All right. And I want to say shout out to the people who go above and beyond the call of duty to become financial contributors to the channel. You know, y'all know I had my battle with the platforms, as they say. So the folks who become financial contributors, y'all help out a lot. Y'all help out a lot. And shout out to the one, the only, Alistair is the sponsor of today's stream. Shout out to Alistair. He's a sponsor of today's stream. I appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. Been rocking with me for a long time. So definitely much appreciated to you. Okay. And let me give some shout outs to some of the first people to check in this morning, because anytime you start a show, it's always great to see that you got a few people already locked in and ready to go. But y'all know it, as they say, there can only be one. So, the Highlander of today's stream, my main man has done it again. Mr. Trail Bentley is in the house, representing as he always does. Hashtag Long Live the Habitual Line Steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the Wilderness. Hashtag Dignity Over Vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's Babies. Hashtag Hail Hydra. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. My main man, Shark Sims, is coming through right behind him. Great to see you. We got the Great Black Reset in the building. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. We got the Pitmaster himself checking in. Shout out to Chef Mike's Roundtable and the Pit Crew. So shout out to Mr. Suge to you, and shout out to J Dub. Appreciate y'all big time. Appreciate y'all big time. And that's real talk. Shout out to Floyd Thompson. What's good, my brother? What's good? Glad to see you in the building. We got Bronk at the cool table also. Tunnel Runner, the step smooth in. Then grabbed him a seat at the cool table. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. Ahmed Global is in the house. Glad to see you. Glad to see you, brother. Tunnel Runner. Well, I got you, Tunnel Runner, but shout out to Dolomite. And great to have you, brother. Great to have you. Afro Merchant is in the building. Great to see you. Shout out to Alice Stefano. Our sponsor of today's stream is in the building. Great to have you, brother. Great to have you. We got King Pepper in the house. Good to have you, brother. Good to have you. And shout out to Lee's Way. Lee's Ways is in the house. Glad to have you at the cool table. Big Mo, 89, just popped in. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you, y'all. We about to get into this. We about to get into this, y'all. And before we do, shout out to King Pepper, y'all. He comes through with the first super chat of the day. It's good to have you, brother. Appreciate it. He says, hope you not here to simp for Ashley, bruh. Ha! Y'all know what King Pepper just did? He just told everybody I'm new. That's what he just did. He clearly just said, everybody, I'm new. Well, you know what, King Pepper? You about to have a good time only if you actually stay long enough. And I'm going to tell you that. Only if you stay long. You about to be mad in a second, though. You about to be mad. But if you actually stay around, it's going to be hilarious, okay? If you actually stay around, it'll be... Well, I don't want to act like y'all. I don't want to act like that anybody's death is a funny thing. I'm not saying that, y'all. I'm not saying that anybody dying is a funny thing. Shout out to Red Lord Black Sim. He said, man, Roger, I just no respect. No, I just didn't see you, brother. I ain't see you. I see you now, though. I see you now. Shout out to you. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Y'all, we're not going to laugh at somebody dying, okay? But Mr. King Pepper, bro, you just let everybody know you knew around. But you know what? I'm glad you're here, my brother. Glad you're here. It might be your first time. Just don't make it your last time, okay? It might be your first time, but don't make it your last time. And just brace yourself for the first few minutes, okay? That's all I would say. Brace yourself for the first 2 minutes. For the first few minutes, I would say. Because the audience gonna know what I'm doing. The regulars, they gonna know what I'm doing. But if I can get some of them for a minute, that'd be cool too. Shout out to the sponsor of today's stream. Alice Stefano says Mrs. Cartwright goes wrong. Hey man, that, you know what? That depends on how you look at it, y'all. That depends on how you look at it. Y'all, this is the thing. Okay, if for those, the uninformed who hasn't heard about this yet, I covered the story because I see the story is making some noise. So, you know, as a content creator, sometimes you just got to do stories just because they out here making noise. Okay? Now, y'all know I've lost channels on more than one occasion on multiple different platforms because I be saying some very real stuff sometime, and I guess folks don't like it. Okay? Now, I want y'all to think for a second. This woman, she was 31 years old at her time of death. She had recently she literally had just celebrated her 31st birthday. Now, she goes by the name of Ashley. Well, she went by the name of Ashley Jana online. She ain't going by it now. But online, she went by the name of Ashley Jana. Now, who is Ashley Jana? Now, I hear terms like a micro-influencer. I figured she might have a small channel, something like that, small page, whatever. You know, wasn't in the millions or nothing. You know, I can get it micro. Somebody may call my channel that, you know, as I'm doing another channel with Gear. Someone may call that my channel that because of the, you know, the numbers. So probably smaller, didn't have that much influence at the time. You know, well, she's kind of capped out at this point because, you know, well, I mean, you never know. You never know. You know, sometimes you can grow even after you die. You know, maybe her channel will grow. Maybe, possibly. You never know. Okay. But Ashley Jana was a quote unquote micro influencer. I heard that term being tossed around a little bit here and there. She was this beautiful black woman. Okay. And I'm going to say beautiful, y'all. Okay. You know, I know people be tripping about women's looks, but she was a beautiful black woman. That's what she was, okay? She was a beautiful black... Well, first of all, let me say this. My condolences to any family and friends that were affected by her death, okay? My condolences to any of the family and friends that were affected by her death. Regardless of what you think, when people lose their family member, it's a big deal. So, you know, you may have your opinion about her in any kind of way you want to have it, but let's all respect the fact that a friend or family member is going to feel some type of way when someone close to them dies. So let's be respectful of that. So my condolences to the friends and families of Ashley Jana. Shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast. I see you in the building. I see you, my brother. Glad to have you here, of course. Now, this is the thing, y'all. This is the thing. This beautiful black woman, as some people described it, y'all, she went on a trip of a lifetime. Okay, a trip of a lifetime. She went to Zanzibar, Tanzania. Now, I'm going to say, for a lot of people, that's a trip of a lifetime. It is a trip of a lifetime. I'm going to say, due to the fact that her life was cut short, it automatically became a trip of a lifetime for her. Okay. What's she going to do beyond this at this point? Nothing. So, yes, it is automatically her trip of a lifetime. I don't know where she was beforehand. I know she ain't got nowhere else to go, though. So it definitely was a trip of a lifetime. And, you know, I guess when you go somewhere and you die on the trip, that kind of makes it a trip of a lifetime. You know, it might have seemed small at first, but if you die on the trip, that's a trip of a lifetime. Okay, because none of us, well, I'm going to say usually none of us are going to take a trip and then we expect to be dead before we make it back home. No one plans to go somewhere and die. Okay, you know, I guess maybe there's somebody out there that's crazy or something that may do something like that. But most folk are not going to plan to go somewhere and die before they make it back home. That's just a reality. And the internet started doing what the internet does, y'all. And a lot of this happened because this is a beautiful black woman. And she was a divester want to be. Okay? She was a divester wannabe. Now, if y'all don't know, divester is a term some black women are using because they want to be with a white man. And a divester is a woman who actually gets married to a white man. Okay? That's how they formed the term. It's a woman who wants to be married to, no, excuse me, not the woman who wants to be married, the woman who is married to the white man. Okay? She does not like black men. Okay? She's basically racist toward black men. And, you know, she openly participates in white supremacy, even though a lot of people don't see her participation in white supremacy because they look at her and see that she's a black woman. And a lot of folks have a hard time making that leap because they think if you black, you can't be a white supremacist, even though white supremacy is an ideology, so anybody can be one. Okay? So she sees white men as superior, period. And according to some of the things she was putting on social media and some of the people that were, you know, kind of being at her channel, some of the places she could go, you know, there's a lot of people who believe that she just don't like black men, and she was just, I mean, she just didn't like us, y'all. She didn't like us, which I care nothing about myself. Personally, I don't care. Okay, look, y'all, I didn't say it time and time again. Well, for the people who don't know it, there's two basic subsections of the black community. You have black men who are productive, who are respectable, who are functional, and they believe in black men's leadership. Okay? We have wives and we have children that live in our homes. That is the black community. Okay? That's where the good people are in the black community. Okay? That's where you find us. Okay? Now you got to understand it's men, women, and children, because it's the men themselves, their wives, and the children that live in their homes. Yeah, if you don't fit that description, you automatically belong to an anti-family, dysfunctional, single mother black community. Okay? Now, y'all, I hate to have to be the one to tell it to you, but Ashley wasn't married. So she wasn't in the good part of the black community. She wasn't married. Now, shout out to Trey Bentley. He say, they ever say I took myself out? They effing lying. Life loss is sad, but I'm indifferent. # not our women. Now, shout out to Trail Bentley. Now, that is definitely something I say. I tell y'all, if they tell y'all that I, committed suicide, yeah, they lie. They lie. Just know they got me. It's good. You ain't got a trip, but just know they got me. Okay, y'all just make sure the channel moves forward, and y'all keep it going. That's what y'all do. You keep the dice rolling. Okay. But look, y'all, I understand her death means something to her friends and her family. To me, she's just another dead black woman that, people die every day, B. People die every day, B. Anybody can die on any given day. So, death is a part of life. It's just the last part. Okay? Now, I'm glad she's not somebody I knew personally. I'm not going to mourn for her the way her friends and family will, of course. And there'll even be some strangers on the internet that'll mourn for her just because she's a black woman that died. Now, she wasn't a part of my community because I belong to a black community of black men who are respectable, productive, functional, that believe in black men's leadership, our wives, and the children that live in our homes. So she wasn't a part of my community. Now, people that's on the outside looking in, they'll say, well, yeah, she black, so she a part of the community. Okay, those are outsiders. Just same way, when I look at white folks, I don't look at Scandinavian. I don't see Swedish. I don't see German. They just white people to me. So I get it. I have an insider's view to this, though. So she wasn't part of us. Now, she basically was just a woman on the loose because she wasn't married. She just celebrated her 31st birthday, which automatically puts her in the loser category, which I know some of y'all may not understand that, but any sister who hasn't made it to a marriage with 30 years of life, that's a loser, okay? And there's a lot of black women who don't make it to a marriage before they become 30 because they're just not good people at the end of the day. Now, some people may say, but Ashley wasn't like that. Well, I mean, it is what it is. She made it to her 31st birthday and she wasn't married. Now, people may say, but she had a fiance. Yeah, she did. She got one right before she died. Okay, not that long before she died, she got a fiance. She was not married. She wasn't a divester. She was a divester wannabe. Now, I'm not going to say she wasn't going to make it. Maybe she was. I don't care. Yo, she's not married to a black man who is productive, who's respectable, who is functional, and that believes in black men's leadership. So she wasn't one of ours, no way. All right? She's a grown woman. I assume she lived on her own. That's just an assumption. I don't know. All right? She wasn't good enough to marry because no one married her. Now, I understand people may say, well, Roger, somebody proposed to her. Yeah, you either married or you're not, y'all. Okay, you either married or you're not. I don't know what else to tell you, but you either married or you're not. She wasn't married. Okay? Now, I am going to say this. She went on a trip over there to Africa. They say Zanzibar, Tanzania is where they went. Okay? Now, the white man, I believe his name is Joe McCann. Okay? Joe McCann. Okay? From some of the information I was looking at, it seems like the man might have owned some type of digital currency company. Okay? He might actually be a rich white man, you know? And a lot of folks were saying she was promoting this soft life. You know, you got to get away from black men. You got to get you a white man, especially a rich white man. And she was close to living that dream, supposedly. Now, look, y'all, for some reason, a lot of these people out here are turning against Joe. What did Joe do? Joe was with a woman. That woman happened to be Ashley Jana. Ashley Jana was an attractive woman. Matter of fact, they say she was trying to be a video vixen. I seen some stuff. I seen her even getting interviewed. She was talking about a couple of videos that she participated in. So they say the goal for her was to become a video vixen. Now, I don't know why she was waiting till she in her 30s to become a video vixen. Now, maybe what I saw was a little bit older. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. You know, because she just made 31. So, you know, the video vixen thing, I guess, was happening for her life based on the interview and based on a little bit of footage I saw some people show. So she was doing her thing. She was going into new steps. But she's married to she wasn't married. Excuse me. She was with a white man who's supposed to be a rich white man who owns a digital currency company. You would think, based on her perspective, that life is good. Okay? You would think on her perspective that life is good. Shout out to Trey Bentley. He says, what type of videos? No, music videos. Look like it was about music videos. She was trying to be a quote unquote video vixen. Okay? Now, this is the thing, y'all. A lot of people on social media then got involved in this, and people care about these things in certain ways. Now, Ashley was confirmed to be with some white guy. Not married, but she was with the white guy. Now, if you're a black man out here and you really care about what happened to Ashley, I'm going to say shame on you. Okay? because you really shouldn't. She wasn't one of ours. Now, if you part of the dysfunctional Black community, yes, if you're part of that anti-family, dysfunctional single mother community, I can even understand why y'all would care, because at the end of the day, priorities. That's what I'm gonna say. I get why y'all would care. Priorities. She was a Black woman who was with a white man. Hey, that's their business at the end of the day, y'all. See, first of all, let's get something straight. She has a right to her own views. Now, based on the stuff that's been coming out, she don't like Black men. She don't mess with us like that. Okay? Her perception of a Black man is, the general Black woman's perception of Black men. You're low, you're beneath her, you're no good. And I don't know if y'all noticed it yet, but you should really pay some kind of attention. A lot of Black women, their view of Black men are what they consider the lowest of the low. So has she been with Black men before? Probably. Did they treat her terribly? Probably. Because a lot of Black women think that is the viewpoint of Black men that they connect with. And they believe themselves to be above Black men. So sometimes, y'all, they mess with the Pookie. And I know a lot of y'all don't know what Pookie is. Pookie is just the guy who won't get his life straight. He won't go to work. He's not rich. He don't have some income coming in, but he refuses to get a job and make something happen for himself. He won't go to the military. He won't go to college or some form of trade school. He won't start a business. He just want to live off people. That's Pookie. And a lot of Black women love Pookie because of how they see themselves. And because of how they see themselves, they're not comfortable being with a Black man that's making something happen for himself. So her having negative views toward Black men, number one, this America, y'all, she has a right to not like us. All right? For anybody who don't get it, she has a right to not like us. If she don't want to like Black men, that is her business at the end of the day. Okay, she was a little bit more vocal about not liking Black men because she put some stuff on the internet, y'all. She put some stuff on the internet. Now, am I mad at what she put on the internet? No. Okay. Am I saying it was cool that she put some of this stuff out? No, I'm not saying that, but I mean, we got to be real at some point. She's an American. She got a right to say what she want to say. Now, a couple of quotes that's been floating around, y'all. A couple of quotes that's been floating around. One point she said, every day Black men wake up and find new ways to embarrass us. All right. That's the quote. Every day Black men wake up and find new ways to embarrass us. Now, this is the thing, y'all. If you look at that quote, you know what type of Black men she deal with. Okay. Before she got with the white man, that's her viewpoint. So you know what type of Black men she deal with. Okay. Now, has she ever been with the Black man? I can't say 100% for sure. I don't know. But if she did deal with one, she would have gotten with somebody who's comfortable for her to say that. So that tells you what kind of Black men she deals with. Okay. And see, sometimes people think they're talking about Black men. No, she's talking about the type of Black men she into, because women are very self-orientated. It is what it is. Okay. It is what it is. All right. Now, she also made a statement saying that I've been saying since the 3rd grade. I made a mistake on y'all. It was something I'm gonna have to say it's paraphrased because I see where I made a mistake. So it was saying something like, I've been saying since the 3rd grade that my children would be mixed. LMAO. I believe that's what the statement. I believe that was the quote. But I did put a couple links in the description, so the quote is in there. I do believe the quote is in there. So there's some stuff going on with that. There's some stuff going on. Now, shout out to Black Rule Strikes. He says, I thought a quote unquote video vixen stopped being a thing in the 2000s. Hey man, I'm telling you how the stuff was being reported. I ain't gonna say you wrong, Black Guru. I'm just saying how they reported it, man. I'm just saying how they reported it. They say she was starting to become, or she was chasing this dream of being a video vixen. Okay. So now, and who knows, y'all? Maybe it was from the 2000s. Maybe it's been that long before she got anything popping in a music video. Could have been that. I don't watch a whole lot of music videos, but the fact that she's 31 at her time of passing, yeah, I got questions on that one too. That's all I can say. I got questions on that one too, but I appreciate it. And also shout out to FLX. He says the white man is her leader. She chose her leaders. Leaders protect their subordinates. Therefore, white man's problem. Black men protect our leadership umbrella. Okay. And I'm going to say shout out to you, FLX. Now, ain't that something I've been saying for years now? Now, I know they done wiped out a lot of my channels. And that probably is partly the reason they might have wiped some channels out. You never know. They didn't like me saying, you protect and provide for those you lead. All right. She don't have a black husband, so I don't see her as a problem for us at all. And she was with the white man, so that's a white man community thing to make sure she's protected. That's their business at the end of the day. But see, why is this an important story for people, y'all? Why are so many people covering this story? I'm going to tell you what, y'all. Believe it or not, a lot of black women are doing things because they want you to still see them in some level of importance, even if it's about somebody's death. They want you to care. All right? They want you to care. I personally have no concern about a woman who's not part of my community like that. Okay? Now, if I happen to be next to her, then I'm supposed to try to save her. That's because God wants me to save anybody. All right? But I wasn't there, so I ain't tripping. Okay? I wasn't there, so I'm not tripping. I do understand from a God perspective, if I happen to be there and something goes wrong where she like she about to die, I should help her because that's what God want me to do. So, I gotta, put him above myself. Not that we do that regularly because we all sin, but the main goal, if you believe in him, you're supposed to put his will above your own will. So if I happen to be there and I see her in trouble where it look like she's about to die, I'm not saying from a man, but just like a regular source, if I see her trip and fall and she needs some help, then yeah, I should help. Now, a lot of people are tripping, y'all. Because Ashley was with this good white man, okay? Supposedly a rich white man, all right? But regardless, he was a white man. Now, what I'm going to say is I think people tripping a little bit. Ashley was with this good white man, living her life. She living the dream. I mean, she literally was on a trip to Africa, y'all. Now, I can give him this level of credit. I ain't took no chick to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Let's give credit where credit is due. I ain't take no sister to Africa. Okay? How many of us took somebody, we grabbed a sister up and we took her to Africa? A lot of us ain't did that. Okay? That's a good white man. All right? That's a good white man. Y'all know what that white man did with her? They was on this trip in Africa, and according to reports, because I saw some footage, that man dropped down to his knee. All right? He dropped to that knee. And he proposed, y'all. He said, I want to put a ring on it. That's what he did. And Ashley, thought that this was a great thing. She thought this was a fantastic thing. And Ashley was enjoying herself because she had just become a fiance. Okay? Now, I'm going to say she believed that she was going to actually get married. Now, I understand, y'all, there's a lot of black women who claim they somebody fiance. And they've been somebody fiance for some period of time. A lot of them claim, the number 3 really sticks out. A lot of black women claim that they've been the fiance of 3 different people. Never been married, but they claim they have been somebody's fiance. Well, we have some level of verification that actually became somebody's fiance. So she was doing better than most black women. I give her that. Okay. And not only was she somebody's fiance, she got a white man to propose. So, and if y'all don't know the numbers, it is extremely rare for a white man to marry a black woman. And truth be told, I probably thought the same thing she thought at the time when I first heard about it. I thought they was gonna get married. Okay, she probably thought they was getting married because she accepted the proposal. And I done told y'all time and time again, any white man gonna do. You know, that's the way it works with black women. Any white man to do. All right. So, you know, shout out to her. Now, y'all get my likes up. Y'all make sure y'all get the likes up because you ain't gonna get better content than right over here. So make sure y'all get the likes up. Okay, real talk. Now, she thought she was gonna get married. She even started telling folks about it. You know, she didn't wait till she got back home. She let some people know. Look. Now, she might have been saying some bleepity bleeps in there, whatever. I'm about to get married, y'all. This white man done gave me a ring. We about to do that thing, okay? I ain't gonna be out here playing no more. It's about to get real, okay? It's about to go down, all right? And shout out to her. You know, and I hope she really truly enjoyed her moments of believing she's about to get married. You know, I know that had to be a big thing. That's a big thing for any woman. So shout out to her enjoying herself, knowing she's about to be somebody's wife. Now, unfortunately, she dead, so she's not about to marry anybody. Okay, there was a twist in the story. She's now dead, so she's not gonna get married. The wedding's off, y'all. The wedding's off. If you ain't figured that out, the wedding is off. Now, what I'm gonna say though, it's a little funny how I researched the story because for some reason, people are thinking the white man did it. Now, this white man, who I believe his name is Joe McCann, he took the girl. I mean, she's 31. I mean, he didn't stop her from being a loser. She still made it to loser status because she made it to her 30th birthday without getting married. But he was trying to pull her out of being a loser. Because all you got to do is get married to get rid of that status. And the white man proposed. He was literally about to stop a black woman from being a loser, y'all. He literally was finna do that. Okay? They had it on camera where he stopped. They was walking. He put, get on his knee, pull the ring out and everything. So I believe that, it would make sense to me that they about to get married. She just died, but, they about to get married. Now, shout out to King Pepper. He say Ashley went to the floss Brad before Africa stopped. Ashley went to floss Brad before a African stop. Now, look, King Pepper, let's be realistic about this. Ashley loved white men. What's wrong with Ashley being proud of her white man? It's her man. She's supposed to be proud of her man. Okay? So if she gonna date a white man, she got to enjoy it. So I can't get mad at her for flossing her man. A woman should floss her man. Let's be real about that. A woman should floss her man. Every woman should be proud of the man that they're with. And that's just real talk. So, yeah, she happened to like white men. That's cool. A white man was about to marry her because all indicators say he's about to marry her. The man proposed. Now, let's think about it, y'all. How rare is it for a person, any man, to propose to a black woman? They ain't got the best record when it comes to being married, okay? It's only about 25% of black women that's married, y'all. They ain't got the best track record. So people in general don't really want to marry black women. And I'm talking about American black women. Shout out to all my people listening around the world. I'm talking about American black women. Really, what I'm saying, especially the FBA population. I'm going to say especially the FBA population. So it ain't like people want to marry black women like that. So, shout out to him for proposing. You know, I'm sure that was a dream come true for her. We can't get mad at that. We can't get mad at that. Let them do their thing. Let them do their thing. Shout out to Great Black Reset. He says, when going directly from fiance to death do us part, look, man, he can't necessarily control all things in life, y'all. He's just a white man, okay? You know, I hear what you're saying, Great Black Reset, but he's just a white man. Well, you know, he can't control everything. He cannot control everything, all right? Shout out to Landy. He say Ashley was fresh literally to death. Hey, man, she was doing her thing, y'all. She was doing her thing. And based on the stuff, yes, she was a beautiful black woman, and she was about to get married to her white man. And they say the man was rich. That's what they say. Okay. It is what it is, y'all. And shout out to Bruce on Wayne. He said, rest in preference. Brad get the same Keisha. Now, you know, Bruce on Wayne, I'm gonna say this, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all some behind the scenes stuff. I did not appreciate the rest in preference. You know, it is what it is. I saw it this morning. Me and Compassion Cats, we work very good together. But he put that. And you know what I said? Sometimes you got to let the artist be the artist. It's not something I would have used. But at the end of the day, y'all, why should we care? Okay? She's a black woman in America. She has rights to pick people she like. Okay? If she like white men, let her love a white man in peace. Okay? And that ain't me coming at you. I'm just saying in general, y'all, why can't she love her a white man? What's the problem with her loving her a white man? Okay. Okay. Shout out to King Pepper. He say, do Paulette floss Denzel or Savannah floss LeBron? Bro, I'm gonna say yes. Real talk. If you around Savannah, yeah, they flossing. They flossing. I mean, there's an old clip of Paula Washington on Oprah. You know, they discussed how the women would try to push basically her out the way to get to Denzel. You know, no, they proud of their husbands. Okay. They proud of their husband. Pauletta is proud of her husband. You know, Savannah, proud of her husband. Hey, she locked that man down in high school. So I gotta say, man, we gotta get credit where credit is due. She locked him down in high school. She said this dude got potential. Since we already together, ain't no point in me leaving. You know? And now she's married to a billionaire. So yeah, we got to think about context of what we're saying sometimes, y'all. She locked LeBron down in high school. And you know what? I think LeBron might have had an option or two. You know, I believe personally that LeBron just might have had an option or two, especially because I had never heard of LeBron until I read about him in a magazine when he was only like a sophomore. And she locked him down. I got to give that woman credit. I got to give her some credit. She locked him down. I read about that man in a magazine when he was like a sophomore in high school. You know, all right. I got to give these ladies some form of credit. Okay. All right. Shout out to Black Rule Strikes. He said, you don't have to floss Denzel and LeBron. You don't have to shine light on the sun. Black who's dropping the big ones now. He's dropping the gems. Okay, he's dropping the gems. Y'all, and I see I didn't put a link in the description. My bad about that. I didn't put a link in the description. So I'm gonna go do that now. So I know so gonna be some people who want to come up. But y'all, I want to say this though. I want to say this. This woman does come from that world where women want to be divestors. And I know a lot of black men, y'all be crediting them with stuff they haven't done because y'all will call these people divestors, and the divestors are the women who are married to white men. They don't like black men. They some white supremacists, and they got married to a white man. That's what a divestor is. She wasn't married. She was a divestor want to be. Now, you can say she got close because there's proof that he proposed. But she never got married, so she's not a divestor. She's just another wannabe. Okay? It is what it is. She's just another statistic. Somebody who wanted to make it happen, who couldn't make it happen. And again, I understand some of y'all might just say, Raj, you shouldn't say she couldn't make it happen. The man proposed to, look, bro, she didn't make it happen. I don't know what to tell you. It didn't happen. Okay? It didn't happen. So she's not a divestor. She just a wannabe. Well, she's not a wannabe anymore. She was a wannabe up until the time of death. That's what I truly believe. Now, there's a thing out here, y'all. And I know y'all won't hear me do this much. Because this is a white man. I don't be doing a whole lot to defend white men on my platform. I'm going to keep it real. I don't do a whole lot to defend white men on my platform. But Joe McCann took her on that trip. That's according to the reports. He took her on the trip. I ain't took no woman to Africa. Okay. And you know what else? I wouldn't take her if she ain't my wife. I'm going to keep it real. I would have been married to her if I'm taking her to Africa. I ain't taking her to Africa and we ain't married. No. So I'm going to say shout out to Joe for doing the very thing I wouldn't do. If you ain't my wife, I am not taking you to Africa. Heck, we ain't even going across state lines. Okay. Now that I'm a content creator and I be hearing about stuff here and there, if you ain't my wife, I ain't taking you across state lines. Okay. That's just, it just is. I don't care how you feel about it. You ain't going across state lines with me, let alone Africa. So shout out to Joe for taking her there. And you know, that could have been a dream place for her to go to. Maybe she really wanted to go to Zanzibar. You specifically, you know. Now, a lot of Americans, we talk about Africa as a continent. Sometimes we don't even pay attention to the fact there's a bunch of countries over there. Maybe she wanted to go to that place specifically. I don't know. All I know, Joe did something that I wasn't going to do for her because she ain't my wife. All right? So Joe done took her to Africa, y'all. He done took her to Africa. The man done proposed on camera. Now, everybody talking about this good white man. And all of a sudden, now Ashley done died. Now everybody, well, I ain't gonna say, it's not everybody, y'all. I don't literally mean everybody. So let me make that clear. I'm not literally meaning everybody. But a lot of people were cool with Ashley being with this good white man. Okay? And that good white man showed his love to Ashley by taking her on the trip. Took her to the place Roger wouldn't have took her. Not without us being married. That's just real talk. Not without us being married. I wouldn't have took her. I wouldn't even thought about it. Okay? Now, the man done proposed. He done did the neat thing, pulled the ring out, got it on camera, let people know it's real out here in the field. It's real in the field. And now people are turning their backs on this good white man. Do y'all know it's people talking about he might have killed her? And why people doing that? Why is we tripping? Joe done took her on the trip. Joe done proposed to her. And now people talking about Joe might have killed her. Why would Joe kill? He just proposed. This is a good white man, y'all. He just proposed. Y'all really think this man gonna kill this woman and he just he ain't just get married, they ain't made the honeymoon yet. A lot of stuff had that. Now, I'm not gonna say that it ain't people who get fed up with a woman and they put her on ice. I'm not gonna say that's not a real thing that happens from time to time. It's a real thing. It's a very real thing. Time to time, something like that could definitely happen. All I'm saying is he just proposed, y'all. They ain't even got married yet. He just proposed. But now, I mean, are we racially profiling? What are we doing out here, y'all? And I'm talking about for the people who doing it, not any particular person, but for the people who doing it. Why people turning their back on Joe? What Joe do? Joe took her on a trip. Joe done professed his love. He proposed to her. Now, I don't know if he proposed to her exactly on her birthday. I just know her birthday was very close to the proposal. I assume Joe proposed on her birthday, but I never got that confirmed. Okay, I assume that. But this good white man done took this beautiful black woman to Tanzania to celebrate his love, okay? Now, maybe it was a birthday trip for her, but he went out there to celebrate his love. This man proposed to this beautiful black sister who is not a part of my community in any kind of shape, way, or form. And y'all, I just want y'all to know, people is saying these terrible things out here because a lot of people are trying to get black men to care about something we really ain't got no reason to care about in the first place. Because she wasn't one of ours. She wasn't with us. She ain't kicking with us like that. And a lot of people, to protect Joe, and let's keep it real, to protect Joe, there are a lot of black women who are saying, hey, stop looking at Joe. Stop worrying about, is he a suspect? And worry about some other person that killed some other person some long point ago. All I'm saying is, Joe ain't confirmed to kill nobody. Joe took on the trip, man. That's all. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Joe the one that took on the trip. You want me to believe that Joe is this good white man that loved her so much, and he proposed to her, but now with no kind of evidence at all, now Joe got to be the killer. Joe got to be the killer. Joe, the good white man that was trying to help her with that soft life. She professed through the internet that she wanted that soft life. She professed a rich white man is the way to go. And according to the information I was looking up, looks like she was clearly on her way. So why is everybody tripping about Joe? And I'm just saying this. Now, if you've known me for any amount of time, y'all know I don't be coming to no white man's defense. Joe clearly loved this woman. Why we got to make Joe look bad? Okay? And why we got to make Joe look bad now? Why Joe bad all of a sudden? I'm going to stop, y'all. I'm going to stop because I got some guests coming up. But I'm just saying, why Joe bad all of a sudden now? He was cool a minute ago. It was all good just a week ago. So why Joe bad now? All right, but I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic over to the champ. Go ahead. You got it, my brother. Well, hold on. Before you go, shout out to Landon. Appreciate the super chat, my brother. He said, Keisha flipped that attitude on. Brad flipped her lights off. Man,
God
that
damn,
is cold-blooded. Okay. But I'm gonna say what a lot of people ain't gonna say, because that's the Rise Report Live, y'all. I give y'all the best content out there. Let me say right now, Joe loved this woman. Joe proposed to this woman. Joe done took her on a trip of a lifetime. Why are we blaming Joe? That's all I'm saying. Why are we blaming Joe? And those who ain't never seen it, y'all enjoy this treat. Enjoy this treat. I'm about to defend this white man for a little bit. Y'all enjoy this, okay? This white man loves this woman. Why we gotta blame Joe? But champ, go ahead, my brother. Get your opening statement in.
Happy Thursday. I hope you all doing all right and everything. Wow. Let me say this about Miss Ashley Janae. Actually followed her page. She was on YouTube and she had a large following. And she wanted to join into this type of TikTok thing that's been going on for the last 6 to 8 years of this divestment movement, the pink pill and everything else, talking about and engaging into this misandry, anti-black movement that a lot of these divestors like to do and everything. Hey, it makes money for them and everything. And she happened to be with this Joe guy who, believe it or not, was actually married to, I think she looked like she was a mixed race biracial woman too. Yeah,
Joe was married. Joe was married.
Yes, he was reportedly married.
Yes. I didn't see nothing about Joe being. My bad to interrupt your opening statement. I'm just a little. I ain't hear nothing about Joe's wife. But go ahead.
Yeah, he was reportedly married. But I think he was on his way. I think he was going to divorce his wife and everything else. And so, again, back to Ashley. She basically was following in the footsteps of her mother, who was already married to a white man, and just got onto this, misandrous, anti-black channel, that energy that her mom was doing. So it's something that a lot of black women feel like if they want to be Mrs. Cartwright, try to find that rich white man, the best way to do it is just bash black men constantly and just become like a white supremacist wannabe and everything else. Trying to thinking that using the term it's a Spanish term, improving the race is a historical sociology in Latin America, promoting the whitening of the population through marriage with lighter skinned individuals to achieve social mobility in line with white dominance. And that's what a lot of these divestors like to do. They want to be a part of that and everything. And that's why, I can't defend this. I can't defend this with this lady, what she was doing. And, she's resting in preference. And right now, this incident that happened to this lady. This is the divestors 9/11 moment.
Look. I appreciate you, brother, but I'm not gonna have y'all do that. Y'all keep calling these people divestors. Divestors have made it clear that these are black women. These are black women.
Listen to him.
Hold on. These are black women who are married to white men. Now, they may not come out and tell you immediately, but they'll let you know it. They're also white supremacists. This was an unmarried woman. She's just a loser at the end of the day. Stop calling her a divestor, because you are associating her with a group of people that she did not belong to.
She was a wannabe.
She was not married at all. Okay?
She was not
married at all.
And she was happy that a white man proposed to her and everything else.
Did she get nigga? It's a simple question. Did she get married? Yes or no? Did she have a full marriage? Yes or no? Question.
No, she didn't.
Then she ain't married. Stop the question. There you go. That's like saying, are you alive or are you dead? You were either alive or you were dead. It is not.
Okay.
It can't be both.
But she was trying. But she wanted to get married.
No. It can't be both, bro. It's either you alive or you are dead.
Look. We don't want to start no argument. I just corrected that because I took it as that was the end of his open statement, because y'all only got 2 minutes, and I don't like false narratives. Y'all know that. I try to make sure the stuff that's being said is truthful. We try to make corrections when we get stuff wrong. We want to tell the truth. The lady just wasn't a divestor. She was an unmarried woman. She's a loser, man. She was a 31-year-old who's never been married. She simply was a loser, and that's it. Okay? Now, you can call her a divestor wannabe, and that would be accurate, because I do believe she wanted to get married. I believe that. So I wouldn't have any problem with saying she's a divestor. But ain't hardly no black women married to white men, so therefore, divestors don't even really exist. Now, I don't know why black men keep calling a bunch of unmarried women divestors when they made it clear that the definition means they're already married to a white man. I don't get why y'all do that, but stop calling them something they're not. Oh, that's all I'm saying. It's nothing against you personally. I'm just saying, as black men, stop calling them something they're not. Okay? Now, we got another guest that just popped up, but he gets Ivy League privilege, so he goes right to the head of the class. Well, I guess technically if you get Ivy League privilege, you was clearly at the head of the class many occasions. So, my brother, nigga, I am white. You have the floor. Go right ahead.
Hey, Roger, how are you? Hope everything's doing well.
I'm fine on my side. I'm fine. It's great over here.
It's a very solemn day. It was a very solemn day. First we want to say we want to give our condolences to Ashley Janae's family. She was an Eagles fan, so she had that going for her. And I thought we were past this shit. I mean, when all of a sudden white niggas are getting in trouble for black women being dead. Nigga, I'm white. And I mean, look, we haven't even seen a body. That bitch probably been eaten by a hippopotamus or something over there. Fucking with those animals and shit. You already saw the white lion, right? Walking over there, walking with lions. Niggas, who niggas walking around lions with, right? She probably fucked around, got eaten, killed by a lion or something like that. But the end of the day is this. Look, I understand that, people upset. But at the end of the day, look, man, this was a good-looking woman, sexy as hell. The nigga was 45, and I don't know how many 45s is going to toss a piece of pink slice in the trash like that. So I don't think this nigga's guilty. You know, I don't know what happened, but at the end of the day, something went wrong, something went awry. But look, man, we not blaming white. We off that now. We ain't blaming white people for everything anymore. Trump is in office. We got bigger things to worry about. All
right. Okay. All right. Shout out to nigga I'm white. So we're gonna go back to Big Booty Ugandan for everybody. He is in the building. It is time for his opening statement. Go ahead, my brother. You on mute, bro. You on mute.
Oh, you talking to me? My bad.
Yeah. It's only one Big Booty Ugandan for everybody on the panel, okay? The only one.
My bad. See what I'm saying? You know, hey man, you know, I got so busy out there handing out Big Booty Ugandan tickets to everybody. You know, I got kind of busy, so you know. Well, you know, this is I'm gonna go ahead and say, white man ain't did nothing wrong, bro. White man ain't did nothing wrong. He took his quote unquote his black queen to Africa, to the motherland, and then you know, the motherland got plenty of dangers, plenty of witches and warlocks and dangerous things out there. So you know, I mean, it's a sad thing to see her go though. But you know, one of the lions or the crocodiles got her. If I keep telling y'all, man, you can't be strong and independent on the continent, and she brought strong and independent to the continent, and the continent won. That's all.
All right, but let me throw this out there just so people have some facts straight. Okay, the autopsy has not been completed that I know of as of yet. Okay, so we don't have autopsy results, but according to what was reported, the authorities said she was found in a hotel room, and it seems as if she hung herself. Okay. Right. Now we got to wait for the autopsy to get in and say what's real, but it seems as if she hung herself.
See, Roger, you got to understand something. Both me and Unusual been in Africa multiple times. You can't believe what they say over there. You didn't see the ambulance wheel that hoe from the hotel to the coroner's office. There's no footage of that. She is in some animal stomach right now, right?
I'm just saying what the report said. Okay, I wasn't there. Okay, I wasn't there. I'm just saying what's been reported. Reportedly, she was found where she supposedly hung herself. That's what they reported. Okay, I ain't there, so you know, I ain't telling y'all what to believe. I'm just saying that's what's being reported at this particular point in time. So I feel where you're coming from, my brother. I totally feel where you're coming from. All right.
These niggas steal from their own cousins.
Look, bro, can we get to the story, brother? Your personal view of them ain't really what's up. Let's get to the business.
Let's get to the mother.
All right. Look, it's look, y'all. Let me make this clear. All the views of guests who come to the Roger Report Live, their views and opinions is not necessarily is not a necessary reflection of the Roger Report Live itself. Okay, it's not even necessarily something we condone. Okay, but I do allow people to give their opinions. Okay, I do allow people to give their opinions. All right, let's get a mic to the upper room. You got it, my brother. The upper room, you got the mic.
Good morning, everybody. I am here to bring the proper reflection and correction to this story. Y'all proving Ashley correct. Every day, y'all niggas get up and find a way to embarrass us. Y'all don't even know how to cover this young lady properly. This beautiful, lovely young lady that left us way too soon. See, what happened was she had achieved her ultimate dream. She has on film in front of a white tiger, a white lion, her and her white man, and him professing his love to her and asking her to marry him. That don't make no difference that he was already married. That don't make no difference. She had achieved what she wanted to achieve. She achieved the white man professing to her that he was gonna make her Miss Hand. She ain't had nothing else to live for. She took herself out because there was nothing else to live for at that point. Free Joe. The evidence is all there. She just didn't have what it took to go on after that. Life couldn't get no better for her after that. She has achieved. Just look at all her timelines on Instagram and the things she say about the wonderful, magical white men and all that kind of stuff and how disappointed she's been in black men. She had achieved her life's goal. There was nothing left for her to do. I absolutely believe that she committed suicide. It lines up with the way she lived her life. I say free Joe. I land my plane there.
All right, now I'm gonna say this for context. I was gonna speak about it a little bit later, y'all. Just so y'all know, for context purposes, they say Ashley was in an argument with Joe. They said it was a bad argument. They said the two parties did separate. Okay, some have even suggested that the hotel staff had to separate them. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because that's a whole other continent. I don't know how they do things over there. So the hotel staff separating you and then giving you, sending one to one room and one to another. I don't know how true that is, but it's not an American thing, so I can accept it. But I'm going to say this, y'all. If she was a woman who always dreamed about having mixed kids, and she just got proposed to, she just had a birthday, life is great. She is literally in the middle of a trip to the motherland. Having an argument, a big blowout argument that someone possibly had to separate them from, like they couldn't spend the night in the room together. If that's what's happening, there was possibly a breakup right after somebody proposed to you. And that might have just been a little bit too much for her to bear. I got to put that out there as a responsible person, I believe as a content creator, it's responsible for me to say if she was that into being with the white man and she's about to achieve being with the white man based on what's going on in her mind, because she was proposed to, she accepted the proposal. If she had an argument that ruined that, that might have been a cross that she felt was too much for her to bear. Is what it is. Okay, just so there's context behind that. All right, so let's keep the party going. Tunnel Runner, what you got on this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, look wise, I would take her to Zanzibar. Look wise, as long as she kept her mouth quiet, I would take her to Zanzibar. And so she got what she was looking for. She seemed to be very happy in those photos. She seemed to be very excited. So sometimes you get what you ask for. Peace. I'll close right there.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Okay, cool. Inspired Truth. You got the flow, my brother.
All right, am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
All right, peace to you, Raj. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Hope y'all having a great day. Let me get to this. My fellow Louisianian, Shell Turner, 19 years old, first date, chopped up, thrown in the Ouachita River. Sade Robinson, first date, 19 years old, chopped up, never found her head. Tanaya Tovar, 17 years old. If we would have never found her leg, she would still be a missing person. Most of the times when we talk about these cases, we're talking about teenagers or very, very young adults. What we're seeing here is a 31-year-old soft life influencer. Who is she influencing? And then I was not surprised, I was kind of disappointed by one of my favorite content creators that was doing their thing yesterday, brought up a stat that I've heard a lot of these not him, but like a lot of these negative tropes of Black men folk put out there, which is the whole deletion rate of Black women being double that of white women, kind of making the assumption that it's intimate partner violence that Black men are perpetrating. I was over checking out the stats today just to make sure, because I knew this as a fact, but wanted to pull it, like the Bureau of Justice statistics. You go and you look at that, and intimate partner deletion in the white community, 17%. In the Black community, 9%. You're twice as more likely to get deleted over there. Like, it's the exact opposite. It's a thing called a false framing. Like, that's when you take something you have the overall homicide rate higher in the Black community, and the main target is men. But when you go and you present a thing that's technically true out of context and give a false impression, that's called a false framing. And we got to push back on this stuff, whether it's the soft life influencers pushing and propagating it, or whether it's the straight up white supremacists on the clanosphere propagating it. And I'll drop with that.
Okay. Now we just got Black Who Strikes and came up, so I'm gonna go ahead and give him the mic. You got it, good sir. You have the mic.
Yeah. Hold on a moment.
Okay. Well, we holding on for him. Let me say, hey, look. Why am I doing this story, y'all? Because Black women want y'all to care. They making a fuss and a muss. They trying to protect some white man, which I'm fine with them trying to protect the white man, because I don't really care. And I'm going to say, y'all, this good white man, I don't even know why some people turning on him. If he was all good a week ago, I don't know what's the problem now. At this particular point, we don't have any information that he did anything wrong. Now, I get it. People say, well, and there's people even reporting, there's people on Ashley's social media telling her, you a fool or you a dumb, he gonna kill you, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Without context of what the conversation was, who cares? And there's always gonna be a Black person telling you a white man gonna kill you if you're a Black woman. Some man gonna say it, some woman gonna say it. We know white people's reputation. So without any context of what was being talked about, that's not necessarily any type of real threat that was imposed. That was just people saying something because white people got a reputation. And we know they'll take their own out. So there's no reason for us to think they'll take out somebody else's. So I'm going to say that does not mean Joe's a bad person. I know white people as a whole can be a dangerous bunch. As a collective, they something else. But there are good individual white people out there. And all I'm saying is Joe could be one of them. I don't know that Joe was one of them, but I don't know that Joe did anything wrong at this point. He took some woman that he loved to a trip to Africa. I just don't see that as a negative thing. Now, I get it. Ashley Jana don't like Black men. Why would I care what Ashley Jana actually think? Who cares she don't like Black men? I live in America. The vast population don't like Black men. Like this, it's not a thing to be surprised. Oh, well, it's a Black woman who don't like Black. When you meet one that did like Black men, you meet the ones that don't like Black men far more than you meet the ones that like us. Let's keep that real, because that's what the population is. The average Black woman is a white supremacist. I done told y'all time and time again, this country is designed to produce white supremacists. A lot of us, we are white supremacists before we catch a clue. A lot of Black men are turned off of white supremacy because white supremacy is aimed at us. And when we figure that out, we stop being white supremacists. So what is telling me about some Black woman who happens to also participate in white supremacy, who happens to live in America? That is not news. I don't care what she like. At the end of the day, I don't even really care about this story. I am doing it because I'm a content creator and it's a story that's keep going on. We should have been stopped caring about some black woman situation with some white man. I give a lot of respect to even black men. Yes, and I'm gonna say even because a lot of people don't feel like black men should be respected. I tell y'all all the time, I got to respect your relationship, so you'll respect mine. What some white man did with his woman is something I care nothing about. And at the end of the day, he was a good white man a week ago. So why are we turning on him without any evidence that he did anything wrong?
Yeah, well, sorry.
No, go ahead, brother.
Well, I'm kind of challenged as to how to proceed here because there's some very interesting, ironic commentary.
I'm definitely playing a role today, Black Rule. So go.
Well, no, I mean there's some other commentary here as well. Because I mean, even just in the statement you made, I'm firmly in the camp of I don't think Black Americans should be dealing with white people, male or female. I don't. I've even had this conversation with my own daughter. I just think they are a very dangerous and reckless and malevolent bunch. And I think there's always going to be a moment where no matter how much they might think they love you, much less whether you think you love them, they might think they love you. But at a certain point, they are going to remember that they're white, and they're definitely going to remember that you're Black. And when it goes bad, it's going to go real bad for you. I'm going to end my opening statement there. I got a lot of views about this situation here, and I think what happened here is quite sinister and planned. But I'll end my opening statement here for now.
Okay, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to the RX. He says at the Roger Report Live. To be fair, Roger, in a case like this, it's standard procedure for the significant other to be the primary suspect initially. Laugh out loud. You know what? I can agree with that. All I'm saying is, y'all know how this stuff goes on social media. Obviously, this particular woman was hanging out with a certain group of people, at least online, where they support white men marrying Black women to save Black women from Black men. So she's going to roll with a certain type of crowd, according to what's been promoted on her social media. Now, I have to be real. I can't down her for liking somebody else and not liking us. She has a right to not like us, and I'm cool with that. Because what am I going to do with a woman that's super infatuated by a white man anyway? I mean, she said it herself. If she'd been knowing she's going to have mixed babies since the 3rd grade, what I'm supposed to do with a woman like, I don't want her, I don't need her around anything I'm doing anyway.
You make an interesting comment about why I think it's perfectly in bounds to detest somebody, detest a Black woman who does not like Black men as a policy. I think that's perfectly in bounds for Black men to feel, and I think it's perfectly in bounds for Black men to openly communicate. I think that's totally in bounds. So I disagree with that.
Okay. I agree with you, Uru. I mean, I think that a lot of our problem is that
before the rest of y'all start going in, I got Truth Teller that came up. I gotta let him get his in. And Jerome, well, I can't see what it say. Jerome in the, we'll figure that out later. Truth Teller, go ahead and get your open statement in, then we'll get to Jerome.
I'm gonna make mine quick because I want to hear what Jerome gonna say. But I'm not gonna be as gracious as Uru was. I'm going after everybody in this next comment. All I can tell y'all is 3rd world countries are dangerous. Protect your neck. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang.
Shout out to
You
you.
appreciate that message.
All right, we got Jerome and something, because I can't read the rest of it, brother. So you got to tell me what your name is for the day, and then go ahead.
Hold on, Roger. Give me like 10 minutes. I'm in the middle of something right now.
Nope, no problem. Just come back and let us know when you're ready, brother. Come back and let us know when you're ready. All right, y'all. Well, we gonna keep it flowing. We gonna keep it flowing because everybody done got
All
in.
right.
Hey, Roger, I was
So
always saying, be safe at all times. Protect yourself at all times. And especially when you're with some other people. Protect yourself at all times from everybody.
Well, Ashley was with
that's
her
good.
man. She was very protected, if you ask me. She was with her man. No,
Yeah.
hold on now. Hold on. Ashley didn't have a problem while she was with her man, according to how it's being reported. Ashley problem happened when she separated from her man. Just think about that.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
think
Yes,
about
sir.
that
You're
now.
right. You're right. That
Yeah,
what happened
you're right.
when it was separated.
According to reports, that's what happened. When she separated from her man, that man that was protecting her, that's when something strange happened to her.
Let
Did
me
she
share.
separate or did the staff separate them? I mean, I think there's a little bit of like a gray area on that thing right there.
Yeah.
Let me share. Let me share a fact with y'all. There has never been a woman on this
Hold
planet.
on, before you share the fact, I got somebody backstage. Your signal is not strong enough for me to even try to get you on the panel. I recommend you turn your phone off, reset it, and then come back because I can't do nothing with you right now. Your signal is not strong enough. All right, go ahead. Reset. Go ahead, brother.
There has never been a woman on this planet that was attacked by a man for being in agreement with him.
Mm.
It never happened.
Ain't never happened.
Yeah, that's true. And it sounded like, it was just a minor scuffle and it was just one of those things that, she may have heard something on the internet and she confronted him and then all hell broke loose and they had been put separated and everything else. And then next thing you know, she's being rushed to the hospital and she dies.
What? I mean,
let me ask this question and
Sure.
put on your thinking caps for a second. Okay, so they've been together, involved for each other for over a year. I think I heard a year and a half or 18 months or so.
All right.
18 months.
I'm sure there have been arguments, disagreements, have been serious arguments and disagreements over that period of time. But yet this happened in Africa. I think that means something.
Oh, it means something.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I think that means something. I think there was some willful planned transgression here.
I'm gonna say
Ashley was in a game, and Ashley was in a game that she did not know she was in.
I would definitely agree with that, Uru, but I'm going to say something, and this is going to contradict what Reset just said. There is a statement that both y'all could agree with, but would turn out to be a problem afterwards. And that statement would be, it's not your baby. Good luck.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that was it, that would definitely do it.
Yeah.
I don't think that what it was though, man. Yeah, y'all may be looking at it from a different angle. I'm looking at it from a different angle though. How I'm looking at this situation is, old girl necessarily she went to Africa, bro. I mean, she started feeling a little quote unquote a little too native or whatnot, and he had to remind her, bro, you on team white supremacy, so you got to be loyal to the team, and I don't think old girl was truly loyal to the team, and sacrifices had to be made. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Did you all see those pictures, like some of these different pictures with her and him, where he's got like this mean mug while she's all kissed up on him and stuff? Like that stuff was crazy.
Yeah.
Like I'm like looking at this stuff, and I'm like, did nobody notice this?
I did. I noticed it. He looked pretty sinister and everything else.
He looked pissed off.
Yeah.
No. We can't say that. This is a good necessarily man, bro. So Joe was a good white man, bro. So we can't be. So that's what she told, bro. That was her man, bro. I got to respect her first.
Yeah, y'all ain't gonna talk down on Brad today. We ain't doing that today.
We ain't gonna have that today, bro. This was a choice she made, bro. You got to respect
I'm
that.
talking down on Brad.
He had that who
I'm
kicked my
talking
dog
about
look.
on Brad and Holly. I don't think we need to be with either one of those folks. Seriously. Here's the thing with white Americans. No, I don't know nothing about white Spanish or too much about Germans or whatever. This is what I definitely know about white Americans. It's been bred in their core that they are superior to you, that you are here for their convenience, for their luxury. And no matter what they think about your dick, Daquan or Tyrone, or whatever they think about your ass, Keisha, you know, it may be exciting in the moment and in the brief time. You one disagreement away from being that stank nigga. You one disagreement away. And so whenever you're dealing with a white person real tough, understand you are on the clock. And when something goes down real tough, and it's a real disagreement, that N-word gonna fly out of nowhere. And if it's a woman, the police might get called on you. And if it's a man, the police might get called for you to pick you up after it's over with.
That's a
Roger, can I
powerful
get my 2
statement.
minutes
That's a
now?
true statement too.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say that's a real
Amen.
deal. Wait, y'all hold fast because Jerome is here. And I need you to tell me what the rest of your name is for today. And we got UK Arsenal here as well. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, because we got a loaded panel and somebody may come back or somebody just dipped out. If y'all see yourself in the backstage, just understand I'm swapping people out for a few minutes here and there. So you'll get back in for plenty of time. You ain't got to panic and leave. You don't have to take your ball and go home. Okay. I'm just trying to make room for everybody. So
I
but
better say something after Jerome goes then.
we got UK Arsenal in here as well, so I got to get him in. So Jerome, then UK, then Inspired. You got it.
I know I forgot to change it, so it's still from yesterday, Jerome in the bank. But I just want to say, peace to the chat and peace to the Ren 10 detective committee up here on the panel. When I first heard the story, I already figured it out. And we used to be some good detectives on here, and I'm surprised nobody even thought about this yet or even realized it. These people talk so much trash about the community. They put so much of their business online in front of the people. They had an argument to the point where they needed separate rooms. She got that ring and lost her mind and showed who she really was. And they had an argument. He said, "You know what? I think we need to separate." I believe that she did it herself because it's too hard to go back to Instagram and TikTok saying that all of this stuff I was showing you guys, I literally fumbled. And we have seen it many times of just black women crashing out and people are human beings in general. When things go all the way down, they go all the way down with it. So I want to everybody's, sometimes you got to just take the racist eyes off. Well, no, because it's still a racial thing with it. Sometimes everything ain't as simple as, he a white man, so he had to kill her. And then my second theory is Big Booty Ugandan lover said it might have been somebody in Tanzania that did the joint. Because once she was separated from him, who knows what happened. So I think she did it, but we still got a lot of camera footage and stuff like that to go through. But I literally think she did that, and she was like, you know what? I'm gonna take him down with me because they all gonna think he did it anyway.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say, for the integrity of the Roger Report Live, I did suggest both of those things before you came up. So no, we ain't lost the touch yet. We ain't lost the check. Okay. I don't think we're gonna ever lose it. Shout out to Big Mo. He said just an episode.
How often have we ever heard of a young black woman hanging herself?
Not very often.
But a young, arrogant, beautiful, vain black woman hanging
Never.
herself.
Never.
Not
Never.
very often, but I am gonna say Black Root to that. The power behind her going back to admit the people she fumbled.
Nobody goes from love me, I'm the most beautiful, wonderful thing in the world to hanging themselves. I don't give a damn what that white man told her. Black women don't do that. A white woman might do that. An Asian woman might do that. A Black American woman does not do that. I gotta hear a whole. I gotta know a whole lot more about her background.
She might not think like
I
that.
gotta know.
Hold on, let him say it, y'all. Let him say it. Let him
her
say it.
background before I believe that.
I mean,
Okay, now, let's a warning. Let's not get too excited. Let's remember, let everybody make their points. Then we can give a rebuttal right after, okay? And I'm just simply gonna slide in since I got to say this right now. I'm gonna say Black Root, you are correct. We don't really hear about this stuff, but I'm going to account for the power of her presenting herself on social media. And for her to go back and tell them she did something wrong or she lost it.
Black women get messed up by white men in social media all the time. You hear about they present one thing and it turned out she paying all the bills or whatever. That shit happens all the time. She'll just spin that into some kind of woe be gone story and she'll make money off of that. That is not going a black woman is not going murk her. A Black American woman is not going to murk herself because her relationship failed with a white man. If black women were murking themselves because of fails dealing with white men, black women be dropping like flies all over the damn place.
Well, you gotta take
and they
into
wouldn't
account.
choose hanging.
Gotta take
You're
into
right.
account
You're
the
right.
stuff that
No.
take into account the stuff that she was literally saying about black people online. Literally, like that's
They all do that. They all do that. They all what black women? There are literally legions of divester types talking about how awful white men, black men are, and then they get messed over by white men, and then they come back and then they start dealing with black men.
Yep.
Everyone hold fast. Everyone hold fast. I'm gonna get a mic to inspire truth after me. Then I'm gonna say let Shark say what he was gonna say, and it sounded like Champ was gonna say something too. But let me say shout out to Big Mo. Appreciate the super chat, my brother. He said just an episode of social Darwinism, Keisha edition. Hey, now it could just be that. It could just be that. Even though I personally don't believe in Darwinism, but go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
All right, it's on me.
Yeah,
it's on me. Yeah, all right.
Start, then Champ, I believe.
All right, so I got two quick things real quick. Like, so yeah, I agree with Uru. Like, if she was going to go and check out, she wasn't going to choose hanging. And on top of that, women, they're kind of like fluid. They'll kind of like spin some stuff and then turn that to like a positive anyway. The other thing was kind of circling back on that earlier point that I didn't get to address. We have a tendency of saying this like, there's no hate here. There's no hate. No matter what you do, we won't hate. We got to stop saying that, because what people hear with the ladies here is like, they can say anything, do anything, and they'll always be forgiven for it. Like, when it comes to the propaganda piece and what they end up saying, they need to know that there is a possible consequence. That's why I wanted to drop and kind of circle back in on.
Yeah. Well, let me at least say this real quick, and then we're gonna give it to Shark, y'all. If the woman became a white supremacist and she was fighting for her life to be a divester, now that the woman done come up dead, I don't see the problem. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not saying it's cool to kill people. That's not what I'm saying, y'all. All I'm saying is anytime my enemies die, it doesn't hurt me. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not telling nobody to go out and kill nobody. I'm not even supporting the fact if she was killed. And I'm not saying she was killed. I'm gonna wait for the information to come out. Right now, it's still in theory because there is no autopsy. I seen people in the chat saying ain't no body. I know the parents of her, they still have questions because they waiting on information to come back, but they saying they trying to get over to Africa in about a week or so themselves so they can see what's going on. But based on her social media presence, it sounded like she don't like me because I am a black man. She don't mess with me like that. She ain't got nothing good for me. We wasn't gonna never be in a relationship, and if we weren't in a relationship, she probably would kill me. So if she's dead, and I still say condolences to her family because it means something to them. Me, I'm not concerned. Okay, she got the end. She got to. I'm cool with the end. It is what it is for me. But that's my personal view because she don't like me. She made that clear. I'm good with that. Go ahead, Shark. Make your point.
My point is, first of all, she thinks differently than the average black woman. Second is, her family is literally having to GoFundMe so they can get up money so they can go handle their business. She fumbled the bag. She was with a millionaire. She literally fumbled the bag. She has to come back to Baltimore or whatever hood she's from. She's not from money. She literally got there and she messed it up. Now that haste and that split decision stuff might have made her do it, and she probably, I'm thinking, you know how they crash out, they burn the whole house down and everybody in it. She said, yeah, they gonna think this nigga did it if I do it like this. Now I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm absolutely right, Uru, so don't beat me up. But as a detective, I can't take that off of the table.
Can I say something? I just got this. Go ahead.
Well, Champ was supposed to go, so let's get you in right after Champ.
Okay. Well, listen. One of the reasons why I gotta agree with Black Guru on this is that black women are very, very highly or very highly emotional type of creatures here. Okay, they don't just instantaneously just lose it and then just decide to go ahead and just say, I'm going to kill myself like that. Okay, I'm not saying that the white guy did it. Okay, but it's rare for somebody just to have an explosion like that, or a brief argument and want to just go ahead and just do something like that to her and everything else. Okay, I just don't see it that way. So something happened to her. Okay, I mean, there's a small chance she may have taken her life, but something happened and everything. And lastly, you know who's also paying for this GoFundMe? Who's doing this GoFundMe? It's her father. Her father is the one that's doing that. Not the mother, not the white stepfather, but it's her father that's doing the GoFundMe and everything. I land my plane there.
And the fiance ain't talking to nobody. The innocent fiance ain't talking to nobody.
Well, that's smart on his behalf.
But nah.
Yeah, it's smart. It's very smart, especially if you did it.
If he did it, it's definitely the right move to make. Real talk, because he's clearly ignoring the situation right now. Go ahead, Big Booty, you guys. For everybody.
Everybody. I need
man. So you need you a medium. Hey, boy, I got you a nice little Tanzanian out there, trust me. All right, back to the task at hand, man. I'm just looking at y'all look at it just kind of wrong. Well, I just look at it different. I'm gonna say y'all looking at it wrong. I'm looking at it different, man. This is a person who basically said I'm an open white supremacist, right? So I mean, this individual said I will betray my own group of people, my father, and everything for this individual. Why would you not necessarily at that point? You already committed everything to that situation anyway. So I mean, quote unquote, this situation failed. You kind of out of a bus. I mean, it's not surprising that you may have went another way necessarily, right? When all hope is lost, sometimes people turn to desperate things. But me personally, I just look at the situation as this, man. We got to look at these things more tactically, not through emotional lenses. I got 5 female family members too. I do have a heart for them, but at the end of the day, though, on a the warfare or the battlefield that is the American quote unquote spirit, you can't look at that, man. You gotta look at things through the art of war, not the art of passion. So that's it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think
definitely
that
agree.
another thing to kind of like take away
Hey,
from
Roger,
the whole
Roger.
method thing is like how many chicks actually know how to make a slip knot? Like for real, make any type of knot for that matter.
Well, I'm gonna say there is some.
They never
There
said
is,
it's on a slip knot. I mean,
hold fast. There is some. I'm not gonna say she did it herself, but I do have a lot of reasons to believe she definitely could have done it herself. You know, it's to me it's up in the air. I don't know the lady personally. I just know what people have been reporting about what she's done on social media. She did have the wedding proposal to deal with this right now when her birthday just happened. She was on this great trip. She was proving we as black women, we can marry these rich white men when ain't hardly no white men marrying them. Like this is a huge high for her. So
in
I
Africa,
can't say what, bro. I mean, her white
When you talk about
boyfriend took her.
when you talk about hanging, that's a specific kind of act, man.
No, I was gonna get there for
you gotta know something about somebody before you just kind of casually throw that kind of particular kind of thing out.
I'm not gonna say she did it herself. To me, her hanging herself is a big thing to consider. But I'm also looking at it from the aspects of what she was doing in her public
I'm
life.
saying statistically and historically, amongst Americans, who do the most hanging and who did they do the most hanging of?
Black, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not
identifies with white people. So why can't she
statistically
like them?
Statistically,
I understand.
When there's a black person hanging, it's a white person. It's some white people that put them up there. Statistically,
look what black. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Low frequency of black people, even when they kill themselves, it's a very low frequency of black people intentionally hanging themselves.
Black, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Kill themselves, they do. But
Black boys.
Hold on. Hold on. Look, I'm not disagreeing with them. What I'm trying to do is present something a little balanced in this particular situation. That's all I'm doing. Because truth be told,
the balance has to make sense.
I understand that. Because honestly, truth be told, I don't even think she could tie the knot. Okay, I'm realistically, without knowing her background, I just know she's a 31-year-old American black woman. Can she even tie a knot that was sufficiently, that she could even sufficiently hang herself with? If I had to bet my own money on it, I wouldn't do.
And so, you gotta support your own weight, and to make that happen, and where you're gonna hang from that's gonna be able to bear that load. I mean, come on, man. Do y'all really think through what it means to hang yourself?
No, look, Black. I totally get where you're coming from. I'm just trying to, like I said, I'm just trying to give a balanced analysis. Do I personally believe a random 31-year-old black woman could actually hang herself?
Professor, this Chinese professor, very popular, name Professor Yang, that you guys have probably seen. I'm going to go somewhere with this. And he talks of he's a great evaluator of white people and Western and the Epstein thing and stuff like that. And one of the things he talked about is this concept of transgression and how transgression is used amongst wealthy and inspiring, wealthy and powerful people to create cohesion within their group. And basically what happens is you do something terrible, awful, the worst possible things that we often hear and read about, and have definitely recently read and heard about. And other people know about it, and they do it too. And these things are so terrible and so awful that revelations of them could destroy us individually. but we do it all together so that we are beholding to each other. And in so doing, if you're willing to do these terrible things, then we will honor you as being a member of this group and support whatever you're doing as a member of this higher order, so to speak, group.
Like a sacrifice.
Yeah.
I could go with
this sounds like this sounds like a pledge to me.
I could go with that one, Uru.
This sounds like this reads like him attempting to ascend to that level. I think this was planned. I don't think it's a coincidence that they've been together 18 months and all of a sudden they get over in Africa. They could have had all kinds of arguments and disagreements in America, but they get over in Africa, and 2 days after he proposed to her, she's dead? After her birthday or whatever, she's dead? What's the statistical probability of that just coincidentally happening?
It's basically
What's
next
the
to no.
probability of becoming a white supremacist?
No. Hold on now. The thing is, she's been a white supremacist. That's why their relationship was working.
Yeah,
I'm
she
sure.
Knows she was a white supremacist. That's what enabled him being able to do what he did. She knew. She just thought she was a white supremacist getting a white man. I think he was on a whole other time and agenda with her.
Well, white
Hey, Roger.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let Turn Around and get in. Because he was trying to say something a minute. Go ahead, Turn Around.
Yeah, I just realized my wife is very safety conscious because when we go, we have been all around the world and we have been to places where there's nothing but all black people, some people that are very negative. We've been in some dangerous areas, and she becomes super nice, super pleasant, and follows every direction that I tell her. So I didn't know she was so safety conscious because she really knows how to act when she goes abroad.
Oh yeah, they know.
Shout out to you for that revelation. Shout out to you for that. I mean, that's something important to bring to the table. And y'all, I am gonna say, look, I'm playing a little bit of a role today because I'm the host, and somebody got to say some of the stuff that I'm gonna say. And I'm trying to be on the white man side a little bit. Hey, and for some of y'all, it's to even show y'all I can even defend the white man. It's the right circumstance, whatever the case is. Now, there's a lot of y'all know I don't really believe in coincidence either. I wouldn't even bet my money again that she could tie a proper knot that you can actually hang yourself with. There, certain knots is not going to really allow you to hang yourself successfully. Could she tie a hangman's knot? I wouldn't bet my money on it. Somebody said slip knot. I didn't necessarily hear anything about a slip knot when I was checking it out. I don't remember anybody mentioning slip knot, but somebody said it today. Could she tie a slip knot? Probably not. I never tied a slip knot until I was in Boy Scouts, y'all. And in Boy Scouts, one of the things they do is teach you how to tie knots. So I know about a hangman's knot. Do I believe she knew? Probably not, but she had been hanging out with a white man. See, I got to give her that consideration. She had been hanging out with a white man. A white man could have told her some terrible things that would be used to harm herself later. That is all possible. I'm not even saying I really believe it, but I am saying this is a story because of how social media is responding to it. And at the end of the day, if he was a good white man a week ago, why are we burying him now without the evidence first? Now, the evidence might very well come in that he did it. He's definitely behind it. But I think it's funny that social media would praise him as the good white man, and then before evidence even come out, now people on some, I'm suspicious it was him. Why? Why are we suspicious it's him? He was a white man last week.
Apparently
he was a white man 2 weeks ago.
Tanzanian authorities are suspicious of him too because they grabbed his passport and put him in custody.
I do understand.
The Tanzanian authorities are suspicious of him too.
Well, Black Root, they just doing their job. Okay.
Merely just because somebody ended up dead, that don't necessarily authorize us grabbing a passport. When you're grabbing a passport, you're pretty damn suspicious at this point that they've done something.
I'm gonna say shout out to the Tanzanian government. They're doing the things that they need to do to make sure the case comes about the way, so justice could be had. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say shout out to them for that. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is she can hang out with the divestor folk. That the people who want to be divestors. Because again, black women ain't hardly really married to any white man, so they're not divestors. They're just people trying to be one. So if the guy was good a week ago, if he was good 2 weeks ago, how can you say that man that loved her so much that he took her on that African trip and proposed on that African trip, and her birthday happened too, so it probably was like a birthday trip on top of being proposed to make it super special. It is kind of funny to me that folks on the internet would start saying all this stuff about this white man when he was all good a week ago. Now, us, I get it, Black Crew. I totally get us saying something. And yeah, there's a lot of funny business when you look at what the actual situation is. But for the people that supported him to turn on him, he was good a week ago. How dare they accuse him of doing this dastardly deed if it was done? How dare they? If he good last week, can he at least be good till they find the evidence? That's all I'm saying. A lot of these people trying to clean the situation up, yes, they're throwing black men under the bus so they can protect the white man. My thing is, it wasn't even time to throw us under the bus. I know y'all hate us. I know y'all want to throw us under the bus, but it wasn't even time to. They ain't even said the white man did it yet. So why throw us under the bus to protect the white man who ain't actually been accused yet? And then some of them turning on him, and it's like people are responding because it's people that's turning on him. But he was good last week. He was good a month ago.
I think Uru's suggestion might be dead on. You know what I mean?
It might be dead on. It really might be dead on. That might be
it right there.
You have this great white hunter fantasy amongst white men going to Africa, bagging big game, and putting the lion's head or whatever on your over your mantle. Those are the kind of thoughts. See, they think a certain kind of way. White men think a certain kind of way that's different from other people, especially black men. And I can very much see that man killing that woman as a form of a trophy to present to other groups of men, white men.
Okay. But how is this our problem though? This is a white supremacist.
I never said it was our problem.
He ain't say that.
I didn't say that for a second. But I will
say this. Detectives like that.
I will say this. I'm making a broader argument about dealing with white people in general. Because I feel the same way about dealing with white women as I do about dealing with white men. And while we're going to condemn the divestiture thing here, and rightly so, I mean, I have no qualms about that. There's not a one-sided argument because the women are just as dangerous as the men. And it's high time we figure that shit out too.
Okay.
Ooh, that was phenomenal.
Real fast. UK Arsenal, are you ready yet? Are you ready?
Yeah, so my take on it is
all right. You know what? Somebody was coming up, so I was wanting to hear from him, but now they disappeared. So I was gonna replace him if he wasn't ready to say nothing. But the person that was coming up is now not back there anymore. So carry on, Inspired Truth. Carry on.
Okay, I was just saying, like, that was phenomenal. Like, that's just some diabolical stuff when you stop and think about it. Like, think about, like, him taking her to Africa, having her on, like, the safari with all the animals and all that stuff, and then just having her ultimately as a trophy. That stuff is, that sounds plausible.
And here's the nasty, malevolent part about it. Her birthday, he proposed to her. See, that kind of shit, that means something to them.
And April Fools.
That kind of stuff is a part of the trophy, of the acquisition of the trophy. Being in Africa, proposing to her was in part to try to give cover to the fact that, well, why would I kill a woman that I loved enough to propose to and get down on my knee to before the whole world to see. How could I do that and kill that woman? That's the kind of thing they do. And white women do it too. They do it too. In different ways, but they do it too.
Sherlock Guru right there.
No, I mean,
have a lot of emotional arguments about this, man.
No, brother, that's not an emotional argument. That's a very much a logical argument, brother. That's very bro. As soon as I heard the man took it to Africa, I was I kind of knew where this was going. You know, because if I'm an American and I want to off somebody, it's way better for me to off them over there than off them over here.
Roger, you saying too much.
I think you can get away with it more over here, though.
No.
I mean,
brother.
I mean, he got hold
on, because I don't want this to seem like somebody's promoting you off anybody. What I'm saying is, for the people who would do something like that, not saying it'd be anybody on this panel, it's way easier for me to get away with it if I do it in a different country than in this country. Especially if I'm across a whole ocean, I'm on a different continent.
I'm a rich white man and think I can buy off and pay off some folks.
Yeah, that's a very logical way to take care of that problem if he saw her as a problem. But let me say shout out to iTrain Galaxy. Appreciate you big time for the super chat. He says they love the tough abusers and scammers, which is also very true. It's also very true. Now, y'all, I am not sitting here saying to y'all that I really believe this white man innocent. Y'all don't really hear me ever protect the white man. I'm doing it for show context. I'm just saying the people who got something foul to say about him that was just supporting him 2 weeks ago. I think y'all tripping. He was a good white man 2 weeks ago. Why y'all tripping? You know what I'm saying?
It's a preemptive strike.
Why y'all tripping? You know what I'm saying? Now the people who didn't support him, that's different. But the people who support him, why y'all tripping, man? For real.
Roger,
thing
you know
during
how
the
much
election,
the airfare
remember?
costs? The airfare for a first class going from Miami to Tanzania, it could be
That's a lot,
about
man.
2,000. It's about 2,500. So it's $5,000 just for the ticket. The luxury hotel, that's about a $10,000 trip with the safaris and everything. That's about $10,000.
Well, let me
Well, the
add to this for
sacrifice is
context. Hold on,
priceless.
let me add to that for context. For context, not spending 1 day in prison, priceless.
Touche.
Please don't
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and if it's a trophy, which I suspect it is, I'm not saying it is, then it really is priceless. It will definitely be priceless to the people that it counts for to be priceless.
Ultimate transgression.
Hundreds will go to Africa and spend $10,000 to get an African head, to get a lion's head, I should say, a lion's head.
All right, and shout out to Landon. Appreciate the super chat, my brother. He says being in Africa gives it a certain level of irony, and these folks love irony. Hey, man. At least she made it to the motherland. At least she made it to the motherland.
I'm saying, bro, that it make.
What? No, that's why I'm trying to tell you, brother. This one is not an emotional argument. If you really think about this stuff and start putting stuff together, if you can get into the mind of a person that would literally commit a murder, because most people ain't gonna commit a murder, but the mind of a person who would commit a murder, yeah, take her to Africa. Yeah, of course.
I still think he innocent, guys, bro. I'm sorry.
No, he might be. I am not saying I'm not saying he did it. I'm definitely not gonna say he did it. I'm saying based on white people's reputation, you got to consider that he may have, but he is a good white man, supposedly a rich white man. So there's a good argument to make about why he wouldn't do something like this. And he did propose to her on camera. So guess what, y'all? There should be because I seen the proposal. I seen it. You know what I'm saying? So there should be somebody who would doubt that the man who loved her so much to take her all the way to the motherland and propose on camera in front of that African with a white lion in the background, or technically the foreground. I mean, a man who's gonna do all this makes a strong argument that no, I know y'all see what it look like, but you got to really think about how I feel about this woman. No, I love this woman.
And
I
on top of that,
wish I could have stopped it from happening. She
and then the
was
ice.
all good until she was not in my presence. I want y'all to, we had an argument. Couples have arguments, but as long as I was with her, she was alive. It's when
The
I
white line
wasn't
got her,
with
bro.
her
And if that's
that
not
she.
enough
The white
distraction,
line
look
got
at
her,
those
man.
short shorts she was wearing while on safari too. That'll distract you as well.
The white
Yeah,
line
man.
got her, bro. That's all that happened, man. The white line got her, bro.
This was literally coming to America in reverse.
Well, I just want to
I
make
don't know
sure
about
both
reverse, but
sides of the argument is put out there. That's all I'm trying to make sure both sides of the argument are well represented. Because you know how much trouble it takes to plan to get somebody to go to Africa with you and get the white line in the background with the proposal going at the right time. And it's her birthday. And we have an argument that's big enough for everybody to see that we're actually separated from each other. So I have an alibi that me and her ain't even in the same room. Matter of fact, I heard one report said they wasn't even at the same hotel. She switched hotels because they had an argument. And I just want y'all to understand, if that ain't clever, I don't know what is. He got her all the way there. He ain't come back with her. And he got a hotel staff to promote the fact that whatever happened to her, I wasn't even in the same hotel at the time. If that ain't cold, I don't know what is. That's a plot to a movie, y'all. That is a plot to a
Hey,
movie.
Roger,
Now that does not
you're
mean he
saying
did
that
it. It don't mean he
Roger, you're
did it.
saying that this man, you say this man on film, on camera, got down on one knee.
Yes, sir.
Got down on one knee and put a ring on her finger, and she accepted. He got all that on film.
Yes,
They
sir.
had
Yes, sir.
to have a camera too. When you look
Man,
at the
he's well
footage,
protected. He's well protected.
yeah, it
No,
might have been
guys.
somebody with the
No,
camera.
guys. No, guys. Let's be real. He went over there.
And shout out to Detroit 313. He said, shout out to good guy dog Brad, Chainsaw Brad, and the heel have
No,
eyes
guys.
Brad Cax.
Guys. No, guys.
Well,
Let's
I
be
don't
real.
know
Let's
which
be
one
real.
she took with him. I just know she
No.
ain't make it home. But
She ain't making home.
that man was
No,
able
guys.
to put an
Let's be
alibi
realistic.
together while
Let's
all
be
this was going
realistic.
down. I'm just saying, if you think about it from the standpoint of a person who needs an alibi, this is well executed. That's all I'm saying. I ain't encouraging nobody to do it. I'm just saying this was well executed. If I really want to off her, I'm gonna take her to a whole other country where she got to depend on me. Then we're gonna be separated, even though it's this happy moment that's going on. It's her birthday, is in the air. So now it's in the air that we get married. I done proposed to her. I got it on camera. It's public. You can't say that I would kill this woman when I loved her so much that we are literally in the middle. And we're literally in the middle of a trip where our love is being separated. And you gonna tell me I killed this woman? And matter of fact, I wasn't even at the same hotel when it went down. This is preposterous.
No. They were saying that.
All you gotta do is make it back onto that plane,
No,
y'all.
that's not what the report
Now, I
says.
ain't saying the Tanzanian government ain't gonna do what they supposed to do. But
No,
at some
Roger,
point in time, I
that's
would
not what the report
assume
says. I read the
that if you
report. The
can't come up
report.
with the evidence, you're gonna have to let that man go.
No, the
And that man
report.
got an alibi.
The
I'm
report
saying
says that.
he a
The report
whole
says that
different
police had
country
to be
with
called.
people who don't know him, who are gonna be willing to
Roger,
say, no, they had an
the report
argument.
says that police
He
had
was
to
over
be
here with
called.
us. They
Separated.
going
Can
over
you
there.
hear? Maybe he can't hear.
Roger,
He can't.
that's
No,
not
I
what
can't
happened.
hear something. Okay.
Yeah. So the report says the
Somebody's
police.
talking?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
me. You can ask no.
Yeah.
So the report
Okay, I'm gonna
says.
go back. I'm gonna go out and come back in because I can't hear
Yeah.
him.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So the report says that the police were called by the staff at the hotel because they had a full blown argument. I think that he genuinely loved her. They went to marry, and he just lost his cool. I think that maybe she let her guard down because that they put a guard on when they go outside of their race. They teach each other this. Shira 7, all these other channels teach these black women that they can't treat other races and men like they treat black men in the UK and USA. And whatever reason happened, the mask slipped and he just lost his school. And plus he was losing money. The money that he now, hang on a minute. When you got, if you guys have started a business, you know that you don't start flash spending when your business is just 5 years old. So he's some kind of he's a crypto guy, yeah. He's a crypto guy with his own company.
We're all to some degree speculating about, because I mean I don't know what kind of money this guy has, and like I said, I think it was a pledge. I think it was a pledge because of just the coordination of events, the timing of events, where this occurred. Because I don't think, for example, this is their first argument. You know, they've been together for a year and a half. People are going to argue, and then if you add him being a white man and her being a black woman.
No, but the police were called. So this wasn't just a stand. We know everybody has an argument.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me talking?
You're going to have an argument.
Do you hear me talking?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he's talking about a police report.
My point. First of all, these are American people, and you're not an American, so let's be respectful of that a little bit. Now, I know Black American women. I've raised Black American women. I've been married to her. You're not going to be with a Black American woman for a year and a half and not have an argument, even at some point, some serious arguments, white, black, or otherwise. It's going to be an argument. So this is not, they didn't go to Africa and then have their first argument. That didn't happen. Not after a year and a half. They have had arguments. They have had disagreements. You know,
arguments can be orchestrated as well. Like it is possible to orchestrate one.
Certainly. And if I wanted to set this, like I said, to me, it means something. Birthday, Africa, proposal, all the and death, all within what, a 3-4 day period? No way that's just a coincidence. No way. No way you got all those together like that. And knowing what I know about white American men in particular, that kind of shit means something to them. That's all a part of the trophy. That's all a part of the score to them. So look, I can't say I know he did it and he did it exactly the way I described. I'm not declaring definitively that. I'm saying when you put all these things together, this black woman who has abandoned black men, she's very beautiful. She made a point of very publicly declaring her love for this white man. They go to Africa on her birthday. He get on his knees proposing in front of white lions, all this kind of shit. Then she ends up dead summarily after that. All that shit's got to mean something.
All right, now I got a super chat to read. Shout out to Jerome Payne. He says choosing white zaddy is like choosing the bear. And I'm going to say there is some context to that in this situation in particular. Now, UK Arsenal has been brought down from the show. Y'all, everybody listen closely. We don't promote other people's channels on my show unless they've been here themselves. If you don't see them here, don't promote their channel. That's why UK Arsenal got taken down. UK, you cool. You a friend of the channel. You come from time to time. We rock with you. But bro, we ain't calling out channels of people who ain't been here. So I'm punishing people for that from here on out, y'all. So I ain't gonna say I'm taking soup, but play with me if you want to. We not promoting other channels over here. If you ain't got my permission to promote it, don't do it. Okay. So UK, unfortunately, you did that. So you got knocked off for the show for today. Okay. You can come back another day, but you done for today, brother. You don't promote nobody's show on my channel. Okay. Let them pay me if they want their stuff promoted, or be cool with me while I don't mind you promoting. It's that simple. Now, if you one of my guests and you regularly come, you got your own stuff to promote, knock yourself out. You got a channel you want to promote, cool, but you ain't promoting no other people's stuff over here. It's that simple. All right. So this ain't personal, y'all. This is just business. Okay. Now, Look, I don't know if y'all heard me because y'all say he was talking while I was talking. So I was trying to say the man might have used a pretty good strategy where he got a black woman who was enthralled about being with a white man. He took her to the continent of Africa where you're gonna have a whole lot of black people. Y'all keep in mind, she don't like black men. I actually find it as a very interesting trip that he would take her to the motherland and she don't like niggas. That's a very interesting destination for somebody that don't like black men. Now, understand this, you're now surrounded by a bunch of black men that you don't like. And maybe you don't hold this against the African men, whatever country you might have ended up in, but if they know you, how are they supposed to know that? So now the white man done got around all these black men. Now he's doing his trip. We celebrating her birthday. We got a good reason for him to be taking on this trip. Then plaque out, he proposes. You know what I'm saying? They doing a little trail walk with the white line and all that. He threw the ring out there. She accepts the proposal. Man, it looked like he's very much in love with her. Now, in a place where they have no friends, supposedly, okay? I don't know if they ever been to Africa before, but no one has friends there. It's just everybody's objective. We have an argument. We separate from each other. Some people say it's a different room. Some people say it's a different hotel. So now I got witnesses. I wasn't even around her. She was totally fine until I was out the picture. Now, I ain't saying he did it. I ain't saying somebody else couldn't have did it. It don't really make no difference. That's a very clever situation to put yourself in if you truly want her gone. So now I got a bunch of people that don't know me to objectively say when something happened to her, they were already separated. She was at the hotel down the way. He couldn't have done it.
I just look at it a little bit different. I feel like this. I understand I'm dealing with white supremacists. So I look at them through the eyes of a white supremacist. If I'm a quote unquote white supremacist woman, right? Where would I want to go? I want to go to the land of the Negroes, bro. And I'm going to F this random white guy and in the quote unquote the land of the Negroes. He didn't necessarily, I'm going to propose to him, right? I want this, it's magical moment for me. I'm going to be the new queen of white supremacy, y'all. I don't know, you know, she to go out and fuck mine. I ain't making it, but I'm saying, right? Through the mind of a white supremacist, right? That, you know, this is going to be a great moment for me when I come back home. Then, you know, he take the opportunity away from me. Then, you know, I mean, a lot of things go down in the minds of a white supremacist, man. I got to look at all that.
You're on the defiling the sacred transgression argument side of things, right?
I'm telling you, when you're dealing with a white supremacist, you got to look at them as they are, not how you want to view them. Once you say as a woman, I am a white supremacist and openly admit that necessarily to your own people, your family, country, and God or whatever. Hey, bro, what else will you not do?
Well, that's my whole point, though. While he took her to basically a black place, it's in Africa. She's online saying she don't like black men. He's white. He's got a bunch of objective witness. He has an argument that's so bad people pay attention to it, so everybody know they separated. I mean, that's a very clever move, bro. You gotta. It's almost a great showing of how to get away with murder. I got her on a trip. It's just us. We're separated. I'm her protection. Ain't no telling what happened to her once she was out of my sight. And if you ain't see him do it, what you got? And if you say, well, hold on. If you say there's evidence that your hands were on her in any kind of way, bro, that's my girlfriend. Technically, she's now my fiance. Of course, my hands were on her.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sound a little too perfect, right?
Her not liking African Americans is a total different thing, man.
Boy, y'all keep playing.
You don't like niggas.
Y'all keep playing.
Niggas.
No. I'm not even saying they knew it. I said if they knew who she was, that's the impression they would get. But at the end of the day, she's at a place where she's not even known. And we done made it a public spectacle, so we know the white man didn't do it because he wasn't around. That was a very convenient time to have a very public argument. Now, I'm going to say this about black women. I ain't never seen one argue with a white man.
Me neither.
I believe they do it, but in public? And I told y'all, it was one time that I ran down the escalator trying to see a black woman argue with a white man because I thought they was about to do it. And when I got down that escalator,
with them all the time.
But I'm not saying it don't happen. I'm saying we don't see it
them all the time.
We understand.
And we see the results of it in news reports.
No, Black Girl, I'm not saying they don't argue. I said I never see it. I know it's happening. They're human, so I get it. And yes, we do see the results in news reports. And I'm saying this was a clever way. He argued with her publicly so the public knows they are not together. Then she mysteriously comes up dead. That's a chess move. That's what I'm saying. That sounds like a chess move to me.
I mean that's a little bit dicey because you've also put on record that they were quarreling, so which would then increase the suspicion about you being the possible culprit. And certainly if they have cameras in the area recording activity to and from, then that he would register on the camera, even though he supposedly wasn't there. If he appears on the camera having returned to her cabin or whatever, then that would go against that particular argument.
But all you got to do is hold that footage till I'm out the country, and I'm good. You do what you want.
Well, yeah. I think him being a wealthy white man is important. I think that's going to play out in terms, unfortunately, maybe for her and her family, may end up playing out in terms of how this was resolved. Because once he gets out of here, he's in the free and clear, regardless of his guilt or innocence. So all he's got to do is just get out of the country.
And that's why I'm saying this could very well be a chess. I'm not saying he did it, but I'm saying this could be a very well played chess move. And shout out to a Sower Seed. He said, I don't understand how the ladies forgot all about all those Lifetime movies they used to watch so much. You know what? That's a very interesting thing that they somehow seem to totally forget about those movies.
Maybe they think it's only supposed to happen to white women. Because in those Lifetime movies, most of the victims are white women. They're not black women. So maybe they think they're going to be special. He going to love me more than they love the white women.
Yeah, not to me. That's a them thing. It ain't going to happen to me. Okay? I'm a black queen. That ain't going to happen to me. And shout out to Kunguru who says, what if his master's wench played gone left? Hey man, well, obviously it didn't go right. Now, we don't know what happened, but I am gonna say, I think the man just may have made he possibly made a brilliant chess move. I ain't gonna say it's that, but man, it's kind of looking that way. That's what I'm gonna say. It's kind of looking that way because he is a white man, and I do know white people. So, I wouldn't bet no money that he didn't do it either. Now, I ain't going that far. I would definitely wouldn't bet no money that he did do it. It's enough there for me to believe that he would have done it. But I also got to say that they ain't got no evidence that has shown yet. And did he buy himself some time by paying off people to not come up with the evidence? Maybe he did. Because if he got a little money to throw around, just bury that tape.
Well, I think it's interesting that apparently it was the hotel who had informed her family what happened, not the authorities. So I find that to be interesting, that it was a hotel that initially informed. So what you may be able to infer from that is some manipulation between the white man and the authorities. You may be able to infer that the cover-up was already being done and likely would have worked had the hotel not informed the family, and then the family made it a public event, which then may have changed then the behavior of the authorities. The authorities might have been prepared to go along with the rich white man, but when the hotel told her family and her family went public with it, then the Tanzanian authorities couldn't play the white man game as strong anymore.
And it also took 11 hours for them to report the whole thing too.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good point over there, because like if she's isolated, it goes one direction. If she's not isolated, then it goes a different direction.
Exactly.
Another thing that kind of comes to mind is like I think about all the stuff like, back during like the demonstrations, it was like, Breonna Taylor say her name, but then when we go and we deal with some of these like divested disasters and stuff, it's like it gets swept under the rug. Like it's all hush hush. And it's like, oh, don't consider it like a race thing. It's like, it's amazing how we see that.
I just sent Roger a clip to an Asian guy married to a black woman, worked her on a job. Y'all seen that? Recently. Went to a job to do her, tried to pull her in the car and do her. Somebody pulled up, the woman jumped out, ran in her workplace, and he went in there and did her. That happened recently. And he was married, they were married. So here's the thing, when you're dealing with different people, but especially from the standpoint of a black woman, that did work on us. That don't work on them other dudes. That stuff don't work on them other dudes. They don't take that stuff. And especially you being black, going in there expecting a certain level of subservience, primarily because you're black. So when you don't show that subservience, shit gets biblical.
That's real talk. Yo, I got a super chat I want to get in real quick. Shout out to Detroit 313. He say, oh, by the way, shout out to Pennywise Chad, Nightmare on Elm Street, Divester Keisha, and Friday the 13th Charlie, and I'm out. Tax. Hey, you know what? Oh, you know what? I respect these super chats, y'all, but I got to say, y'all giving them way more power than they got. This wasn't no divester. Just a woman who wants to be a divester. Yeah, and I'm saying this because that whole divester movement that I've been hearing about, I've been steady focused on the fact that they don't even really exist. The first time it was brought to my attention, I think it was Sister George, if my memory is correct. But what you think about the divester movement? So I didn't know what it was. I looked into it. Then when I was able to answer, I was like, they don't even exist. We're talking about black women married to white men. What they at? I can honestly say I can't think of one black woman who's married to a white man that I've met at all. I ain't saying they don't. No. I know two. My entire life, I've seen two black women who actually married a white. You know what? Let me say. Now I think it's two. I'm gonna say. Let me go back down to one. I think it's two. All the people I've ever met, I've met two. They not out there like that. They just not. So I think it's disrespectful to call these women that are unmarried divestors. I'm just saying. The divestors have claimed their title. Let them be who they are. Stop trying to shoehorn all these other black women into their thing. The black women who actually marry a white man and they can't stand us, cool, they divestors. I'm good with that. But let's stop trying to shoehorn all these other women in there. Because maybe y'all giving them more hope too. Because maybe the fact that black men are calling them divestors is making them think they're going to actually be able to do it. Okay.
Well, in all fairness, it comes from that financial term. And so I guess there might be some difference of opinion on the actual definition, and also different content creators creating a different definition too.
But the divestors are the women who are married to the white men. There's hardly no black women married to white men. It's like 0.5%.
No, divestors are women trying to.
But that divest does not mean what you invest in. Divest means what you do not invest in.
Thank you.
And the term divestment means we're no longer invested in black men.
Yeah, you know Roger
Mhm.
be making his own meanings up, yo.
No,
That's
no,
why.
no. That's what
No,
they
no, no, no.
promote.
That's literally how it's promoted. We do not.
That's how they promoted it. So I'm saying let's not call them something, because the divestors have promoted themselves to be something. And honestly, I know it's not a real term, because at the end of the day, it's to say what you're going to take your investment away from. What black woman who wants a white man ever invested into black men in the first place? It's a lot of silliness that go with it at the end of the day. But I'm just saying, if they didn't get married, they're not a divestor according to the divestors. That's what I'm saying. There's wannabes. There's people who they call the black women who date white men, they call them swirlers. So like a swirler is what you are before you become a divestor, if you can actually get the job done.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, a person with CC, y'all know who we talking about. Y'all know. That's their thing, bro. They got their time for it.
Yeah, now I'm not concerned with these women. I never have been, because I've told people flat out, what do we lose when the black woman dates a white man? What do we lose? Nothing. We don't lose anything. That woman wasn't studying us in the first place. So why? Which is why a lot of black men don't even care that black women date other men.
The biggest issue with a woman who declares herself to be a divestor is not just whether she's with a white man, is whether she's going to engage in some sabotage behavior against black people in general, and in particular black men. Right. Exactly. So it's one thing, regardless of who she's involved with, but it's a whole other thing where now I'm going to I'm a teacher, for example. So I'm going to make a point of sabotaging the education of the black boys. Right. That I'm much more concerned about than I am about whether or not she has a white husband. That's greater danger with the notion of, because you're making it a marriage issue.
No, black. Hold on.
When you say divest, let me finish. When you say divest, and you invested all the meaning of it in who this woman marry and who she won't marry, that don't tell the whole story. Because the majority of black women are not going to marry anybody, but they can't do a lot of damage to black men in the process. So if they declare themselves a divestor from black people, and in particular black man and black community, it's not just who she is or is not going to date that's going to possibly be affected by her behavior. It's who she going to teach, who's at her church, who's in her neighborhood. So I think we need to, I get your point about the focusing on whether or not some white man will marry her, but that ain't the real issue with this divestment thing.
But black, hold on. This is what I was trying to finish. That ain't the major point. But the one who is a divestor at least gave me the courtesy to say out front she don't want nothing to do with me, and she wants to destroy me. At least she gave me that. Everybody else, when it comes to black women as a collective, their mindset is the exact same thing. They're just not telling us that that's their mindset. And what I am saying is stop rewarding women with something that feels good to them.
But I don't think you're rewarding them.
No, hold on.
The psychologist who
hold on, black, let me say this. No, it's a reward to them because black women care about images and titles. It is rewarding them to call them something that they want to be that they don't have the ability to become.
I think that's a minor consideration. I would much rather put a harsh label on all of the saboteurs. And it was divestor, or whatever, call it whatever you want to call it, But I don't really care as much about the title as I am about the actual behavior.
Yeah, exactly.
I do get that. But if you're gonna call them something, you call them something that ain't a positive thing to them. That's
It's
what
not
I'm saying.
positive though.
It is to
So
a
when you
woman.
call,
To a woman who wants to marry a white man, when you call her a divester, you are helping her. She is getting a dopamine
I
fix
don't
off of
see
that
how's it helping her.
because they care about image more than anything.
I am going to achieve my goal.
To call them what they want to be is a blessing to them.
I would call them all divestors and vilify the term.
I mean, we can still vilify them,
I would hang that label on all of them. And to the point in which by the time I'm done, the last thing you ever want to be called is a damn divester.
I mean, but this is where the quote unquote the rubber meets the road part, and say, right? If you're going to be in America, right? And America is quote unquote going in, I want to have more white supremacists, right? And y'all give y'all kids to said system to crank out more white supremacists. You cannot be surprised when you have all white supremacists in your house. Now that man necessarily, I feel for the father in that situation, because I already know he's the one who's doing the real work and fighting quote unquote to get his daughter, right? But you see the mom, like we said, she got her white man, she ain't doing necessarily nothing right here. The only person here is fighting for this situation is actually the black father necessarily, and I feel for him. But the thing is, bro, his daughter is a white supremacist. At the end of the day, are we telling us that? I understand what people are saying, but are you necessarily telling people we should, quote unquote, be looking out for the best interests of white supremacist women?
No, I'm saying call them out, because to me, divester, white supremacist means a lot of different things. Everybody can be a white supremacist. Asian can be a white supremacist. Everybody can be a white supremacist.
Not everybody can be a white supremacist.
No. Yes, they can.
Yes, you can. But I mean, you have certain actions that make you a white supremacist.
Because y'all going too far away from the point I make. The point I'm making is, at the end of the day, it's a reward to them. Stop rewarding people you don't like. It is a reward to them, and this is all due respect. Black women love it. They love it. It is dopamine to them.
Label them divestors. Label all sabotous behavior, all of it, not just who they screw and whatever. No. Label them all divestors.
This is where you're being all and not knowing the lingo is outdoing you.
And vilify the term.
No, vilify
the term to the point in which, if I call you a divester, that means you're against black people. You're against black children. You're against black families. You're against black communities. You're against the future of black people. You have a red label on you now as a divester. That's what I would do to that term.
What Black Root? That's exactly what they're trying to achieve, though. My thing is, don't call them what they want to be called. You call them something else, because what you just said is exactly what they're trying to achieve. So I'm not gonna call you the term you want to be called. I'm gonna call you something else.
I am gonna call you what you want to be. I'm gonna call you what you want to be called, and I'm gonna use that to ruin you. I'm gonna use to the point in which a year from now, if you call, the last thing you would ever want to be called is a divester, because that means you engage in treason against black people. That's what I would do with that term.
But I'm a white supremacist. That was my goal in the first place, was it not?
So be it. Then live with that label.
Well, I'm saying I would call them something else, not what they want to be called. I don't personally go. I'm not gonna call you what you want to be called, and you my enemy. That's my thing. I'm gonna call you something else. It could mean all that type of stuff, but I ain't calling you what you want to be called. I don't mess with you like that.
But Roger, you thinking that you're talking about a people who think derogatory things are good anyway. These are the same people who say we're going to have a whole phase. So what Uru was saying is absolutely correct. They think a derogatory term is good. It's really not, because if you tell another race of person that this person is a divester from black people, they too are going to look at them as a traitor to their own people. Yeah. It is what it is. It is literally, she's calling herself a traitor
I do get that. But my thing is, I'm going to do it in a way that hurts you. When you call them that, it's a blessing to them because of their mindset.
All right. So what is the word then? What word you gonna
We
call
don't
them?
have one. We ain't never made one, but I would come up with something else to call them. I'm not going to give you a blessing on your way to hurting me. That's
It's
all
not
I'm
a
saying.
blessing. It's just a word.
It's a blessing to them.
And here's the thing: the divestment means you are removing yourself, your assets, your resources from Black people. Now, to me, that's a villainous term. That's a villainous term. That don't just mean who you married to. When you say divest, that means you're not going to invest in Black families, Black communities, Black schools, Black churches. That's what divester means. That's what the term actually means. That's what they originally said it means, that we're not going to do nothing for Black people in the Black community. That's what they actually said when they invented the term.
But they did promote it as that, but the group of people promoted it as we're gonna marry non-Black men, especially white men, so we won't be doing that in any kind of way.
Why let them change it? No, you say you're a divester. I'm going to tell you what that word means. What that word means is, if you tell me you're a divester, you're telling me you're a traitor.
Well, no.
That's what I'm going to make divester mean.
They know that. They told you I am a traitor.
That's the goal. That's their goal.
And I'm going to communicate that to Black people.
He's not getting it.
To Black men.
No, he's getting it.
Communicate that to Black women. I'm going to communicate that to anybody that listens.
They understand.
I'm going to tell white people, when you hear a Black woman say she a divester, that means she's out to destroy Black people. I'm going to let white people know that.
Chill out. Look, I get that, Black Rule. My issue is not the word. My issue is the mentality and where you can hurt people. You can hurt people by not calling them what they want to be called. Go to any random person, call them anything but their name. You're going to have a problem eventually. I'm not going to do anything that you see as a blessing.
You can hurt them more by labeling them something. You can hurt them by labeling them.
Look at it this way, right?
Well, hold on. I don't want to spend too much time on the word itself. I don't care about the word. My point is, I'm going to hurt you. That word doesn't hurt you, so you can't have it. That's what it is for me. I understand everything Black Hole was saying, and he's absolutely correct. But the reason I say I'm not going to give you that word, because it hurts you that you're not that. The women who call themselves divestors, they made it very clear it's about us who can marry out. And because you want to marry out so bad and you are my enemy, I'm going to give you everything but what you was able to do. Most of them are just people who want to be a divestor based on what they say being a divestor is. They can't accomplish it. The joke is the fact that you can't be one. That's the joke. That they can't actually get it done. You can talk about it all day, but you can't actually get it done because you can't marry no white man. That's the joke in itself. Now, and that's why I believe that man took her to a different country with a bunch of Black people, because he could have took her to anywhere. A plane ticket is a plane ticket. If you got it like that, you can afford it like that, and you can just go out the country. Why you take her to the Black place? He could have went to Europe with her. Yeah. Realistically, what do you really want to go when you're a divestor? Do you want to go to Africa or you want to go to Europe? I would think you want to go to where all the white folks at, where you can enjoy a plethora of white people every time you turn the corner.
Because divesting means African Americans. You're not messing with
African
Americans.
See that's where people come in. No, sorry, bro. You don't understand the concept. Some of the most worst divestments are actually from the Caribbean. The worst ones, bro.
Look, if you don't like Black people,
I agree, Gonda. You're right.
So, bro, I all the African Americans.
Black woman thinks about divesting. She's not thinking about Caribbean women or African women. She's thinking about divestment from her own perspective as a Black American woman.
I'm gonna let it go because honestly, again, my point is not the word. The point is I'm not gonna help you, and I'm not gonna help you have any fun at my expense. But if y'all don't see that point, you don't see it, and that's fine. That's fine.
No,
Everybody ain't gonna see it.
I believe in inviting people into the party and burning down the juke joint. That's what I believe in. Let them on in, and then burn that sucker down while they're in there.
I guess that's one way to do it. All right, shout out to Joe.
Sinners was a great movie.
All right, shout out to Joe's. He said, "I never heard of a quiet divester." You know what? They're usually not that quiet. Okay, the part of the program is to let it be known that you are one. That's part of the program. And shout out to Trail Bentley, and I appreciate you for the 57-cent Trail Bentley tax as well. He says swirlers and tethers only. Swirlers and tethers only quote unquote matter when they open their glizzy gobblers against core black. And I'm gonna say my one good thing about the divestors, they are honest that they hate me from Jump Street. I do respect their level of honesty because the average black woman thinks like the people who call themselves divestors. They think like the women who are actually able to divest, but they don't tell you. So I actually have some level of respect for their honesty when they let it be known that they don't like me in general. That's why this woman here, she's just some dead woman to me. And it's a lot of black people up in arms and people like, well, she hated this and she did all this, but she's still black. Bro, she got what she was looking for. Why are we tripping? I don't even get the import. Why are we tripping? If the white man got her, it don't really mean nothing to me. If a black man got her, she said what she said. Stand on it. It is what it is. I am not tripping, y'all. I'm worried about my own death, not somebody else's death, especially when they do all this type of stuff. I ain't got no tears for this lady. Now I ain't got nothing against her father. I don't blame him. She a grown woman. She 31 years old. To me, she's just another loser. Who's another woman who couldn't get married by the age of 30. She's just another loser. So if the guy is proven to be a murderer, all I'm going to say is, well, she a loser. She had to take what she can get. Is what it is. Okay? Shout out to LS Active. He said, I think Uru was saying, do the same they did with the term red pill and manosphere. Many people associate red pill with incel. Well, you know what? People can see different perspectives, but at the end of the day, I don't think the manosphere is a good place. Too many white folks involved. I'm gonna keep it real. That's why I've never mind being a part of a black manosphere, but the manosphere, no, I'm not gonna associate with them white folks. I think there's a lot of terrible things about them because there's a bunch of white people over there. Now I've heard some terrible things about them. Where I've actually seen a couple things myself.
But it's white people who's saying the terrible things about the manosphere. So the people who are vilifying the manosphere are evil white people, just like the evil white people that are in the manosphere. They're no more credible. The critics of the white manosphere are no more credible than the evil white people that's in the manosphere.
Now I agree with that.
In fact, in most cases, they're less credible.
I agree with that 100% because that's why when people say, "Are you part of it?" No, I heard a story of why black folks had to leave the quote unquote white manosphere, and I believe it. Why? Because it didn't take much convincing. The story that I heard, white people couldn't get over the fact of BBC, and they had a problem with black folks. They was calling people niggas and all kind. That's very easy for me to believe about white people. If anybody, you can lie on a white guy. Hey, this white guy called you a nigga. I got to at least consider it. You know what I'm saying? Because they have a reputation. I got to at least consider it.
But strategically, Roger, it's a mistake. Strategically. It's a mistake for black men to be overly critical of the manosphere. Why is it strategically a mistake to do so? Because they're still confusing and convoluting the quote white manosphere with the black manosphere. So when you say negative stuff about the manosphere, you're indirectly empowering your own critics.
Well, I don't really say negative stuff about the manosphere, and at the end of the day.
Well, that's my point. I'm just saying, like these terms here, red pill, manosphere. Look, I got views about certain voices in the quote white manosphere. Some of them are very insightful and interesting and intriguing about human philosophy or human nature and evolution and stuff like that. A lot of it is quite compelling, and then a lot of it is on some crazy, Tyrone blasted out Holly kind of shit. So you got different forms of that in that environment. You got different forms of that in the red pill more broadly. I don't think the black manosphere needs to be a particular critic of the whole notion of the manosphere, because, like I say, from my view, their enemies, the enemies of the white manosphere, are the enemies of the black manosphere. Now, it might be for different reasons and different motivations, but it's really all about controlling men, whether it's white, black, Asian, or whatever. And if you view it from that perspective, it's going to make me suspicious of any kind of critique of any part of the manosphere. Because in the end, I know it's ultimately about the motherfuckers trying to control us. All of us, all the men. They want to send all the men to war. They want to make all the men simps and suckers for women, not just black men or white men.
I totally understand where you're coming from, and I'm gonna say I don't go out my way to critique the white manosphere. I just acknowledge the white manosphere got a bunch of white people in it. Therefore, it's probably bad. See, it's not the manosphere itself. I'm very consistent. When you get a bunch of white people involved, a bunch of bad stuff is natural to start happening. Because as a collective, that's who they are.
Is saying, well, okay, America's bad because it's got a lot of white people in it. Well, okay, but we are in America. So then, unless we're talking about something really specific, look, I can look at the manosphere for what it is. I think it does include the black manosphere. It's just that the black manosphere operates kind of independent of much of what we would say more broadly is the manosphere. But there is exchange and there is benefit in exchange of knowledge and information and direction. The problem is ultimately, white men are going to be white men. But here's the thing too. White men are also men. And while there is a racial element to what's going on, there's a gender and sex element to what's going on. They have decided that all the men, black, white, and otherwise, must do certain things, must be treated a certain kind of way, must be extorted from, and when necessary, destroyed. They've decided that for all men, not just white men, not just black men.
No, but I have to give pushback on that, if I may. Black men have been enemies of America since day one. So the fact that we're saying we ain't fucking with the white manosphere is correct. Because when men were not under turmoil, black men were still under turmoil. When black men weren't, when men in general weren't hunted or extorted, black men were hunted and extorted. Let's not forget the Mann Act started with a black man back in the 1800s, right? So this is nothing new to us. So to sit here and say we kind of have to align with black men because all men under attack. Fuck that. We've never been. I'm not saying you're saying that, but I'm just saying that black men have always been under attack, and we can't align with them. And matter of fact, ever since the delineation of black people have happened with FBA in particular, things have been working out better for us, actually. So fuck that. No, I'm with Roger on that. No,
but hold on now. You, if I recall correctly, you went to Wharton, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't there a whole lot of white people at Wharton?
Absolutely.
You went to Harvard, right?
Yes.
Wasn't there a whole lot of white people at Harvard?
Yes.
Didn't you have to work projects with and maybe do study things and
yes, sir.
and et cetera, interacted with white people?
Yes, I have. Yes,
so
I have.
How is that any different than from what I just described here?
Because when I say, because when they talk about Harvard, they're not talking about black Harvard people. They're talking about white Harvard people. And when they talk about Wharton and Penn, they're talking about white people. And when the world talks about Americans, they talk about white people. Even let me finish. Even when you go abroad, people do understand there's a difference between white and black Americans. There's
So
a difference.
so Wharton didn't give you a degree because you're black?
I never said that.
I'm just asking the question because you made this Wharton is just for white people. I have to infer from that you were denied something.
I was granted something. I granted something because I went to the Black Wharton graduation only for black people who graduated from Wharton.
Does your degree say the Black Wharton School of Business or whatever, or University of Pennsylvania, or does it say the University of Pennsylvania?
Look, y'all. We can do this all day, but we kind of going veering off from the topic. But at the end of the day, just because you got to live amongst white people, work amongst white people, have different dealings with them.
Referring to the super chat, the words are only as powerful as the powerful people behind the words on either side or the other. Now, look, I understand this divested thing means we're supposed to, okay, you got married, et cetera, or whatever. But to me, the divestiture is much more sinister than whether or not some woman can marry some white man. To me, it's much more sinister.
I do understand that, Uru. I'm not saying that's not a part of it. But the thing is, I also understand if I called a black woman a divester who couldn't marry a white man, in her mind, it's a reward to her, and I'm just simply not going to give it to her. Because I don't have to reward my enemy.
Well, the point, whether she's a divest or not, the point I'm pushing back is the aspect of black men and black men identity, and somehow just because we're all quote unquote in the same boat, which we have to kind of unite. No, fuck that. Like FBA was one of the greatest things that happened to Black America. ADOS is one of the greatest things that happened. We stand alone, right? We got to stop this people of color shit. We got to stop this United Nations of this Jesse Jackson shit. We got no.
Okay, and I'm gonna say, look, if white people want to follow me, cool, follow me. But no, we not gonna be on the same level. You can follow me if you like to, but that's where it is for me. Follow me if you like. Okay. Shout out to Ryan Decipher. Appreciate it, my brother. He said overtime tax. I'm gonna give a little bit of overtime just because he said that, y'all. I'm gonna give a little bit of overtime because we get close to that 3 hour mark. So I'm gonna give a little bit of overtime. But I wanted to focus more back to the show because I already got my ideas. Yeah, I'm not gonna associate with a white man.
I want to ask a question that's gonna get us back on track, and then we can go back to this divestment.
And we gon' I'm gonna let you do that, but what I'm gonna let Mrs. E get in right after whatever this question gonna be. We'll give a response, and we're gonna get Mrs. E in.
Is it possible that this woman killed herself out of shame? And let me frame the question correctly.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand with respect to all the information that we're giving and we're sharing here. Obviously they had an explosive argument where they had to be separated. Is it possible that this white man says, "See, this is why I should never agree to marry a nigga," and he nucleared the relationship at that point? This woman has online posted and been promised to marry the pinnacle of her career, of her life, a white man that is wealthy, a white man that's big, tall, strong, and everything she wanted him to be. She's getting ready to marry Zeus, and she got to backtrack from it within 24 hours.
I'm saying, to me, that is well within reason, and rather than live with that shame, she'd rather take herself out. That, to me, that's very reasonable as well. I'm not saying he didn't do it.
I will go back to my fundamental question: how many times in any of our lifetime have we known Black women to hang themselves voluntarily?
Wait. No, let me rebut, because I really do want to go down this path.
Bro,
So
I
she's
haven't.
31.
Can I
Wait,
also,
wait, wait,
bro, I have
wait.
not.
Hold on. I'm gonna give it to you. I promise. I promise. Given the current environment, we're understanding that. Hey, uh, 27 years old, you're in the danger zone. 31 years old, as Roger say, you're a loser. This stuff is getting out there. She's a 31-year-old loser. She knows it. And white men they just not in the business of marrying old black women. She done got Zeus to agree to marry a 31-year-old black woman.
This is America.
She don't think this gonna happen again.
So I'm gonna say this. Roger, please forgive me, but please know that we're boys. But just please forgive me. But first of all, this bitch looks good. She is not a loser. As long as you're still attractive as a woman, I'm sorry, man. I don't buy that she's not a loser. Now,
You said it right. You had a Freudian slip and you literally said it correct.
He didn't catch it. I caught it. I caught it.
Yeah.
As long
Good for you.
Niggas,
Good for you.
It's 1 a.m. in the morning over here, all right? Cut a nigga. Listen, nigga, I'm white. White people don't make mistakes. It's too hot to be a loser, okay? She looks too good to be. I'm sorry, she's too good.
He more than certified. I get to it.
So I mean, ain't nobody up here gonna turn down that slice of pie. Ain't nobody up here. And if you are, you're a liar. Now,
marriage.
No.
White men, marriage, 31 plus. She got to do this shit all over again.
Can I talk, please? I ain't interrupt you, right? I ain't come to your job and take the deal out your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Now let me.
I apologize. I apologize, but you know how much booty she had to lick literally to get this man to agree to this.
My brother, you still interrupted, my brother. All right, so listen here. All I'm gonna say is this. First of all, black people in general don't really do the suicide thing, right? So it's a hard stretch, and this is from a person that knows Africa and knows how much they lie, like that. So I can't believe nothing coming out of Africa right now because these niggas will steal from their own family. So with that being said, no, and people don't commit suicide like that. This white nigga is guilty. He's guilty. We all know that. And at the end of the day, maybe he went nuclear and said, okay, yeah, this relationship's over because of whatever reason, right? But yeah, she ain't gonna just off herself. Maybe she distraught. But what happened was when he said no, she went black girl, and then he went Viking. All she wrote.
All right, now hold fast, y'all. Got to get Mr. Z in. Let him give his take on this particular situation. And y'all, I'm just throwing out both sides of the argument because honestly, this shouldn't even be important to black men at all. She's a dead loser who hates black men. I don't care that she dead. It don't hurt me at all. I mean, my condolences to her father because that's his daughter. But me as a person who don't know her, I don't even care that she dead. One less enemy I got to worry about. I'm good with that.
She's not an enemy of black people.
No, she's definitely an enemy of black men. Her social media.
She's an enemy of black people.
So it ain't even debatable. To me, it's not even debatable if she's our enemy. She confirmed she's our enemy. She left, and the one good thing I say for her, at least at the final time of her life, she had left us alone. I'm glad she was pursuing the wife. I can appreciate any woman who hates me, but tell me she hates me so she won't associate with me. I'm good with those women. My problem is more the women who are trying to associate with me while hate me at the same time.
Am I ever going to be able to speak?
Well, if Big Booty you got Big Booty you got it for everybody let you. You know what I'm saying? If he let you, did you hear him? Did you hear him right there?
Oh, okay.
I'm putting cases on all you. I'm gonna be cutting people off like that's my right today.
No, that's my homie. That's my homie. I don't want to throw under the bus. It was me. But go ahead.
Okay. But look, the lady literally called herself the soft life divester. I don't know how more blatant the lady gotta be. She called herself a soft life divester. Okay. I mean, that's not a title you gave her, Raj, that I gave her, that anybody on this panel or in the chat gave her. She called herself a soft life divester. Okay, we don't even got to look at the memes. I mean, the tweets that she put out, and I've seen some of the Instagram videos and whatever. Family starting to clean it up, supposedly, whatever, you know. But if that lady called herself that, that's what it is. She described herself that way. All right, continuing. I do agree with Black Uru that there is no way in hell that a black woman, soft life divest, I don't care what else she took, is gonna go delete herself in a foreign land. That no way, absolutely. With that arrogance, you seen the pictures? Nope, not doing it. I don't care what he said to her. Nope. No, it ain't gonna happen. And I agree with Black Uru. She just would have rebranded and played victim and yeah. And one of you dudes would have went anyway, right? So no, I don't see it. I don't see it. Now, here's the question. Black women. Divestors. This is we catch one of these once a year, twice a year. It goes viral. About once or twice a year. We know it happens way more than once or twice a year, but at least once or twice a year, one of these stories go viral. Maybe 3 times a year, it goes viral. Brad's gonna Brad, Keisha's gonna Keisha. I'm really like doing one of those Black Uru is right. Because I agree with him. Eventually, she's gonna be a black woman, and he's gonna be a white man, and he's gonna remind her that he's a white man. He's going to remind her that he's a white man. And he probably reminded her that he was a white man over there, and she didn't realize it was a warning. So 31-year-old, dark-skinned, very attractive woman, soft life, trying to do her social media thing, trying to do her influencer thing, and trying to be a video vixen. The arrogance of 31-year, nah. And he a crypto dude, right? So go ahead.
She would have been the greatest divestor alive had she closed the deal.
Man,
she would have been known throughout the world, bro.
Yeah,
they would have been saying
that was really.
Okay, let me say this. We're gonna stop interrupting opening statements, because when y'all interrupt an opening statement, what y'all do is cause that person to start talk even longer. So now I gotta hit Mr. Z even longer.
Of course you do, Raj. I already told you. Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Look, and yes, divester. For those of you, Raj, it is correct. Divest is it's not necessarily investing in white men. It really is divesting from black men. Right, it is divesting from putting energy and time and resources. What resources? And divesting from black men in specific. Right. So that is something very important to note here. No, I agree with Zulu. Look, if she was able to pull this off, she would have been who some of these other women claim to be. Some of these women who are paying the white dude to be with them, or they funding this dude, or they subsidizing this dude in secret, but they acting like, he's the one paying for everything. She would have been that person if she could have closed this deal. But yeah. So it's tragic. But it has nothing to do with us. She had already shows who she was gonna ride with, and yeah. But that's unfortunate for the family. My condolences to the family. But for the young lady, she made her choice, and she let you know what her choice was, and very importantly, what informed her choice by the videos and by the comments that she posted. She lets you know what informed her choice. And for all the folks, particularly women, black women, who are trying to cop please right now and trying to minimize this young lady's view of things and view of black men, she told you what it was. Now, if y'all want to go from a scale from the highest parts of hell to the lowest parts of hell, okay, maybe she wasn't the worst. Okay, all right. But now, but the lady was a divester, aspiring divester. She almost sealed the deal, but It looks like fate had other plans. And I'll pause right there. Thank you, Rob.
I wanna push back on Divestor a little bit because we're making like dog whistle sounds. She's a white supremacist, right? She's a white supremacist.
That's a white supremacist. Exactly.
You can't really divest because at the end of the day, from the beginning, black women were never ours, right? You had a bunch of bitches came over on the ship, a bunch of niggas came on the ship for the purpose of reproducing to make more slaves. We were never compatible with each other. We came from different tribes, different languages, whatever, right? So you can't really have that. And her rhetoric isn't divestment; it's just anti-black. Right?
Hold on. In case you are uninformed, that's exactly who the divestors claim they are. Their whole point is we hate black men. We want to talk down on black. That's the point of them. There can be an interracial couple that went to school together, fell in love, married each other. They could have been high school sweethearts. That's not a divestor. A divestor is a white supremacist black woman who wants the world to know exactly where she's standing on black men, and they get married to a white man. That's exactly what they promote.
But she that's fine, but she's still at the end of the day a white supremacist. That's a white supremacist.
No.
At the end of the day,
What I'm telling you cannot be a divestor if you're not also a white supremacist. That's part of the package. That's what I'm saying. You have to be a white supremacist.
I don't believe in a divestor because we're not because to be a divestor that we had to originate the same. We're not the same.
No.
We've never been together.
There's a group of people who are making a claim about who they are. They label themselves divestors, and I'm telling you, the claim that they make about who they are is we hate you niggas. We don't like you niggas. We are white supremacists. Screw y'all to the day we die, and we gonna get us a rich white man to marry. That's who that group of people is, not necessarily what the term is. The group
fine, and I'm saying people. Those group of people. Well, because words matter, and origins matter. So that's what I'm calling white supremacists. That's what I'm saying to you. That's why I'm calling them white supremacists instead of investors, right? Because at the end of the day, all I'm hearing is white supremacy talking points. But that's not really the root of what I'm saying here. The root of what I'm saying here is this. Well, and a side note, just to piss off Reset. First of all, the greatest quote unquote divestor that you called is actually Eve. She got a billionaire dude. So that's the greatest one. Now, back to the main point here. Despite her white supremacy rhetoric, her WeChat, in her social medias and things like that. At the end of the day, man, look, he went he took her to a place where women can get hit and authorities don't do anything. Right? First of all, let's recognize the location he took her. He took her to Africa where white worship is at an all-time high, and Zulu can back me up on here. Right? Where white people can't do no
that's 100%.
Right? Where white people can't do no wrong. And not only do men hit women, white men get the extra benefit of the doubt. So when she went Keisha, he went Super Saiyan Viking mode. And that's what happened. Because over there, you can really hit a hoe, as Black Guru said. And that's the situation. That was the situation. I think
why you give me credit? Single me out.
He put a little bit of extra oomph on that pimp slap, and
that was the end of it.
Yeah, that was the end of it. I think it was a DMV case where he went a little bit too far. I don't think he intended to end her, but he put a little too much oomph on it. And then Tanzania, where white worship is at an all-time high in East Africa, you know what I mean? He just took it too far.
Like I said earlier, bro.
Eva's not a divestor. She doesn't hate black men. She just happens to land a white man. That's not a divestor.
Listen. Eve hates. She ain't say it, but she do.
Eve been messing with us since we know who Eve was, I got to give her some level of credit. Now, and Eve came through with the Rough Rider. She rocked with us. She just happened to end up with a white guy.
Roger, then I have one simple question: who dick was she sucking that you know of?
I don't technically know who she. I don't remember about who Eve has been with.
Exactly. Exactly.
We don't know.
What? I'm just saying to call her the best to me, she has to be a white supremacist too.
I'm sure if you looked it up, I'm sure she's got some divestor talk either directly or indirectly, along with Serena Williams.
Thank you.
Divestor talk. They all at some point have some divestor talk. They almost always, especially the celebrity types, especially those who at some point dealt with black men heavy and then ended up with a white man. Usually they have some divestor talk on their resume. Usually they have some justification. Like Candace Owens, I could never find a black man at my intellectual level or some bullshit like that. Usually they have something like that on their record. And if you look for it, you'll probably find it.
I'm not saying we wouldn't find it, because again, y'all, I said this woman here that got killed or killed herself, whichever one it actually happens to be, she sounds like a regular black woman to me. But she just took that label on to be involved in those quote unquote swirler communities where they're trying to divest. She actually accepted that label. So it's just more focused on her. She sounds like a regular black woman to me. Okay. What black woman ain't trying to marry a white man? Any white man to do. They've proven that time and time again. You know what I'm saying? And if you ain't married by 30, that's a good indication you was trying to marry a white man the whole time, because you probably would have been married to a black man had you really wanted to. You know, so it just is what it is. So I'm just saying I've never heard Eve publicly say anything where she has a problem with black men. I ain't saying she didn't say it. I'm just saying I ain't never heard of her publicly saying anything. That's all. But a lot of women think that way in secret, which is why I respect the ones that at least come out and say it. At least if you tell me I want to marry a white man, I know not to bother with you. But a lot of them won't say that because they know a lot of men would react the same way I would. I just wouldn't be bothered with you. That means I ain't going to help you take nothing up a flight of stairs. I'm not going to help you get a job. I'm not going to do business with a company you own if you own the company. I'm just not going to bother with you at all. And they know a lot of black men would be that way. So they kind of keep it to themselves. But she was out with it. So I can't trip about somebody hating black men when you live in a country where it's allowed. That is the beauty of America. You can hate whoever you want to.
What do you mean by trip? Define what you mean by trip.
I'm saying I'm not going to bother it or make it. I'm not going to make it some personal issue for me that you hate me, because I understand in America you are allowed to hate whoever you want to hate. We all get to do that. I prefer the people who let me know they hate me, though.
It depends on what you mean by make it a personal issue. Like, I'm not going to necessarily become some sort of active agent against you merely for the purpose, but I'm okay with hating you, and I'm okay with outwardly expressing that I hate you for that purpose. Now, I'm not going to get on any soapbox and do a live stream about hating you. You know, I mean, if you haven't specifically done anything personal to me, but I do think black men have the right and sometimes even the obligation to hate on people who hate on them. I think there's a value to that. And in fact, I think part of our ego and part of our esteem needs some of that. We need to be able to call out our enemies. And say, yeah, I know you're my enemy, bitch. I know you're my enemy, and I'm calling you out. I know who you are, and guess what? When something happened, I'm looking for your ass.
Well, I'm not against that. That's why my whole mentality about this is I see who got killed. I see what she represented. I'm fine with her being dead.
Hey,
She joined another man's patriarchy, bro, and then the rules of that patriarchy was afflicted upon her, and she died. It is what it is.
What she
I think we're all good with
join
that.
another man's patriarchy. She was trying to, but
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
she was auditioning.
at the end of the day, she is who she is. If I gotta make a choice between am I happy she did or am I sad she did, I ain't picking sad.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, may I say something really quickly? Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to read this. This is from the Citizen. Zanzibar police confirm the suicide and the death of U.S. influencer Robinson, influencer Robinson, fiance not detained. Okay, police in Zanzibar have confirmed that suicide was the cause of death of 31-year-old Miami-based lifestyle influencer Ashley Robinson, better known as Ashley Jana. North something police commander Benedict something, I can't pronounce his name, told the Citizen's sister news reporter on Monday, April 13th, 2026, after news of Ashley Jane went viral across the globe on social media platforms. So there you go. There you go.
Well, hold on, bro, because that is from Monday, and to my understanding, they were supposed to be doing an autopsy and checking this. So I don't know if that's the final chapter of this, because they shared from Jump Street, they thought it was a suicide, and they didn't really see the white guy as a problem, but they have detained him. So if they haven't.
Well, hold on. Well, just
you said Monday.
Clarify. So you said Monday, yeah.
This is Monday, April 13th.
Oh no, that's 3 days ago.
That's more initial response stuff.
Well, no, but even now, he's still not detained, and the family is doing I don't know how they broke.
No. This would make a difference because they did hold him. They not giving him access to the passport. They hold him there. Now, if they saying they released him from that, then they've made a declarative statement about what they're going to do moving forward. Right now, we don't know if he's going to get let go so he can leave the country or if he's going to get prosecuted. We don't know that right now.
No, they what you call and the family.
It's a suicide.
The family's doing a GoFundMe for, I guess, to get the body back, whatever, and he hasn't donated, but I think he has been released.
No, hold on. This is what I'm saying to make sure this is clear. When the news first hit, they said we believe suicide happened. Since that point, he has been held. So now the question is, when will he no longer be held? And I'm saying held in that country. They took his passport, so he cannot leave. Now, if they give him his passport back, that's saying something different. Okay. Now, if they haven't given it back to him yet, we're still in a yet to be determined situation. They already said initially they thought it was a suicide. So I'm not saying they're not going to stick with that, but until we get information that say they've made a decision about his passport, then it's not new yet. That's what I'm saying. So we all know where I stand. Now, Mr. X just came up, so I'm going to go ahead and give him the floor. Mr. X, you got it, of course. Glad to see you.
Yeah, hey Roger. Hey, how you guys doing? It's been a minute, but I've been listening in the background and just kind of paying attention to stuff. And I don't have a whole lot of time, but I do just kind of wanted to pop in for a second. I actually thought the dude was already gone back to the States. I didn't know they were holding his passports. But if that's the case, I mean, still, there's not a lot that's being done to assuage the suspicion from him because of all the reports that are coming out. But it seems like to me, basically, actually what's happening is that you have more people who are working more diligently to actually get to the root of what's going on with this Ashley person, Ashley Janae, than actually the people who are right there at the scene. Now, all of that being said, I've been looking at some things and I've had some, I made some observations. You guys might have already mentioned it. So, so hopefully I won't step on your toes too much, but it's interesting that the black father is so involved in all of this. And then the white stepfather, who allegedly, had a lot of, time and influence and whatever, he's kind of absent from it. Even though he's present, he's still kind of absent from the effort. And then the other thing too is that you'll notice that it's mostly black people who are talking about this, but there are no white creators, and even the mainstream media, mostly run by white people. No offense, but I mean that's just what it is. They're doing everything they can to downplay it. They're even suggesting that make suggestions about her mental health state and a whole bunch of other stuff to try to kind of get the suspicion away from her fiance slash husband to be or whatever it is he was going to be doing. It's just it's a lot of questions going on, and it seems like there's more black people doing much more to actually get to the bottom of this than you would expect, seeing as how the whole idea is if you're with that group of people, then that's the group that's supposed to be looking out for you, protecting you, making sure everything's squared away. I mean, they got to do a GoFundMe and everything else. Like, if this dude's so rich and her life is so great and amazing, the whole situation generates more questions than actual answers. And that dude, literally within a couple of days of this lady disappearing, he went back online and just started. People are actually getting into his social media. He just started looking at Bitcoin and financial stuff and all this other stuff. He's not even stressed about any of this. But anyway, there's a lot more going on. But I'll go ahead and land and let you respond.
Man, she died because black men don't protect black women. They right.
I mean that Kev. I mean the whole you kind of confirm some of my suspicion of what really happened there. I part of me thinks this was a pledge or a sacrifice for his business interests or to elevate himself amongst certain people. Part of me believes that. Just the timing of this, the birthday thing, the Africa thing, the proposal thing, it all seems quite staged in a way. All these interesting things all coming together in like a 4 or 5 day period, basically. Go to Africa, walking with white lions, proposal, birthday, dead, all in less than a week. And supposedly hung a black woman, an African American woman, supposedly hung herself in Africa.
Yeah.
What's the statistical probability of all that shit coming together?
South Jersey girls ain't gonna hang themselves. They're too tough for that. But just to say this, he is not. He's. They have his travel documents, but he's not detained by the police. He's at the hotel chilling.
Well, so here's the other thing with this too is that
that's according to the BBC. He's not in the police. According to the BBC, I just read his travel documents are withheld, but he's at the hotel. He's not in custody of the police.
Huh. Okay.
Oh man,
So
he got a good relaxing little day then, bro.
Yeah. So what Uru was just talking about, right? Look, this woman has just hit she was almost at the top of Swirl Mountain. Like, there's no way this woman would have took her life. You see what I'm saying? This was, matter of fact, I think one of her tweets was, "This is the happiest she's ever been in her life." Like, she was almost at the top of Swirl. Like, there's just no way that a woman, she's 30, 31, whatever. The guy was a little bit older, which that's generally those types of relationships. Honestly, it's looking more like a sugar daddy, sugar baby setup than an actual, real relationship. But at any rate, she got the proposal, however she got it, and she was on her way to hitting the top of Swirl Mountain with this guy who was supposed to be a multimillionaire with a business and doing all of this money. So
Mr. X,
there's no way. There's just no way that logically speaking, that she would have took her own life. Nobody's going to self-terminate.
Mr. X, though, if you had to lose all of that at one moment, won't you think that would send somebody into a quote unquote depression?
All
I'm asking. All I'm going to ask is like 2 questions.
Well, bro, it's a difference between somebody and a black woman. An American black woman may get on something crazy like that. So I'm saying that's still within reason because it's her and she's trying to be known on social media. I'm pretty sure she's trying to get paid off social media too. She probably don't want no real job. Again, the video vixen stuff, I don't know what year that was even from. So I can't even say that was a recent thing or something from 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Don't really know. Never got clarification on it. At the end of the day, she may not have killed herself, but she may have killed herself
But I'm gonna say what a lot of people ain't gonna say, y'all. Now it's a bad thing that people get murdered. But if somebody had to be murdered, can't it be her? I'm just saying, if somebody got to get murdered, shouldn't she be the one?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
She hates black men. She made it public that she hates black men. She called herself this soft life divestor. She's trying to influence other women to hate black men too. If somebody got to die, I'm not so mad as her.
I mean,
oh, okay.
I mean, losing another white supremacist is not going to hurt my feelings personally, but you know.
I don't want nobody to get murdered, though. Yeah, I'm saying I don't want nobody to get murdered. But if somebody gonna get murdered, I'm cool with it being her.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are men, black men in social media. They're kind of, making, things, if not celebrating what happened, certainly kind of like, well, like your title here, created by Compassionate, that's sort of the basic position, rest in preference. That's a very common thing amongst many black men on this issue.
Well, I'm gonna say this because as I was doing research, going to different things, trying to find out different information, saw people talking, I kid you not, I found most black men still saying, well, she was black, basically we should care. That's the overwhelming message I got. She was still black.
A different algorithm.
Maybe
Now I guess I'm in a different loop.
You are in a different
algorithm. Like, hey, she wanted to be over there, stay over there. I guess she over there permanent now.
So Roger actually is right. There's more black men actually, not saying necessarily, not making light of it. There are some that are kind of mocking it, right, to some extent. But the majority are like, hey, look, let's get to the bottom of this. She didn't deserve to go that way, whatever. Let's hope the family gets justice. Like that still is the compassion of black men as a collective. Now, yeah, there are some mocking it. Now, here's the thing, though. When we talk about the mocking, remember, don't forget Telvin Osborne. Don't forget that situation with Telvin Osborne and Hannah, whatever it is, his girl that took him out. That was a white woman who took out a black man, and Hannah Cobb. And she got away with it, and they were mocking him because he is saying negative things about black people in general, specifically black women. Don't forget Christian Oblencelli, same guy. When his white girlfriend, was poking holes all in him, and he bled out. The thing is that they were mocking him.
Wasn't the first one necessarily from a different country?
Yeah. Those are non-FBA cases. What I believe you just said, because I called them. Those are non-FBA people. Wait, hold on now. Nobody can hear me talking at the same time.
Last year, a white American woman killed a black American man. I mean, look.
No. But Black, hold fast.
My view of this thing.
Hold on, Black, real quick. Hold fast. I'm talking about the people who were mocking Black Americans. They, you know what I'm saying? The ones who were mocking Black Americans ended up being some non-FBA people. Now, it's going to be some non-FBA people that's going to mock Black Americans. That's just part of the culture that they come from based on what we see in America. So I'm not even tripping, but I'm saying, that's to be expected to a certain degree. But at the end of the day, to me, it's not about comparing her to everybody else. She dead. Somebody got murdered. If we gonna murder somebody, why not her? I don't want nobody to get murdered. I'm not saying I'm justifying murder. I'm just saying if it's got to go down to somebody, why not one of my enemies? Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Look. I don't want to infer taking credit for her being murdered. But yeah, I'm not at all distraught by what happened. And I'll repeat this. I said it before. I'll say it again. Be careful laying down with these white women, these white American women, because you're opening yourself up to that possibility too. Now, it may happen differently, but laying down with white people and white Americans, I can't speak about non-Americans because I think sometimes those things are a little bit different because they don't have the same history, for example, in Germany with Black people that they have in America. So it might not be the same over there. But in America, You are taught, white people are taught to believe they are superior to black people. It becomes a part of the substance of their being. And now externally and consciously, they may fight against it. They may do things to try to remedy it. And God bless those who do. And maybe a few of them, some percentage of them, really are able to corral or permanently destroy that demon. Unlikely from my perspective, but maybe some are. But I'm saying in general, white people, white Americans are dangerous to black people, white men and white women. And while we can look at this and say, you know, well, she shouldn't have been with that. She wanted to be with a white man. She was a divester candidate or whatever, and she should be vilified by that because she supposedly hate black men. I want to communicate the message. I generally don't think black men or women should be dealing with white American people.
Yeah. Now, I can't agree that that's something everybody should take real consideration of if you're gonna make that type of move. Now, shout out to Jerome Payne. He said, so we should care just like when black men lose their lives overseas, or how about they basically dance on Kevin Samuel's grave? Bro, at the end of the day, you feel any way you want to feel about a particular person, but why would I feel some kind of way about this particular woman losing her life? Like, if somebody got to go, you know what? It's some good black women out there that actually love and appreciate black men. I'm glad it ain't one of them. Real talk, y'all. I'm glad it ain't one of them.
No black man advocated more for black women than Kevin Samuels. No black man in the black manosphere advocated more for black women, black family, black marriage, black people getting together than Kevin Samuels. That he is not at all analogous to that woman. Not at all.
It's nowhere in the same. It ain't even in the same universe, if you ask me. This is a woman who died that hated us. She said herself that since the third grade, she knew she was gonna have mixed babies. I mean, you ain't this. I'm not looking at what people are saying about her. I'm looking at the stuff she said herself.
So
yeah, what are you, like 8 years old in third grade?
Has she ever said she hated black men?
Plenty of times.
Yes, yes.
She said in her social media 5 days before she went to Africa that black men stay finding up reasons to mess up
to embarrass black men. Yeah, to embarrass black women.
5 days before the trip.
No, but I want to know. Like,
unprovoked, by the way. Unprovoked.
I'm asking that she's like, fuck, I fucking hate. Like, was she on some?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this. Are you asking this? Does she have a quote that says the actual word "I hate black men"?
Came out her mouth saying, "I hate black men."
I don't know if she said that, but she probably did, because at the end of the day, people's just digging up her stuff. She probably did, because of any woman who says I'm a soft life divester, which means she wants to marry a white man so she can be an official divester for them, and she's soft life means I'm gonna be a woman who's don't have to go out and work in the world. My white man is going to take care of me. Those women generally hate black men. That comes with them.
Okay.
The answer to your question is not on record that she said that.
Okay, fine. I got that. Thank you. Let me move forward. So here's the situation, right? So before I say this, let me say this. I absolutely agree with Black Guru. It is dangerous for you as black men, as black people, to deal with white Americans. We can see that with Jonathan Majors right now. This nigga was running from a white woman, and he still got hit with a DV case, and he's literally running away from a white woman, and of course still said he hit him with a DV joint. So all that being said is this: I think that we need to be sensitive about her life, saying that, well, if somebody has to, I think that's a little bit insensitive, regardless of what she has said or hasn't said. But
on this. I think we need to be a little bit sensitive there, so we don't sound like zealots or crazed people, because that makes us no better than the Viking that did that to her. And number two, despite the fact how she felt about black men, we still have to make a decision. If we're saying it's okay, we don't care about her, is that also saying that it's okay for white society to remove black bodies? And I'll rest my case.
Okay, and I'm gonna say I vehemently disagree with what you just said, and it don't even make sense. Because to say that if somebody got to die, I'm glad it's her, is not saying I want somebody to die. It's saying who she is as a person is the person I prefer to die. I'd rather she die than some woman who actually loves black men, or somebody who's some black man's wife.
But the
I go
point,
one step
my
further.
point is
not,
that we don't need to say that. We just, it doesn't need to be.
Yeah, you do, bro.
No.
You have to separate your friends from your enemies. That's the problem that we've been having consistently, bro.
We don't need to say that. And please stop talking.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. No, we don't.
No, I'm saying this, bro. I can possibly understand why you think we shouldn't say that, but my thing is that's the world I live in. I live in a world where the country I was born into hates me. So the people who hate me, when they die, I'm totally fine with it.
Fine with it, bro.
But you're enabling that language.
He's saying that shit in the comfortability of China, bro. I keep telling y'all that, man.
Aspiring divestors
hold on. We can't all talk at the same time.
I'm responding to you. I don't dare interject. I'm responding to you. I've been quiet majority of the
No, bro. I'm not getting on your case. I'm just saying we can't talk at the same time. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Everybody, please allow me to respond. That type of language allows, because white people don't care. Oh, you don't like this one, so let's remove her, or you don't like that one, so let's remove him. They don't care about that. When we talk like that, it gives them excuses to do this type of stuff.
You're underestimating them. They don't need an excuse.
False reality, bro.
White people do not need excuses.
Yeah, there you go. They don't need an excuse.
To do anything to people. And these same divestors that we're going to cry about, or we're not going to say negative things about, those same women regularly and gleefully refer to black men as being bullet bags. Those same black women regularly celebrate or advertise aborting black males. They have on their insignia, on their websites and their social media, a black female swinging and black men's hanging from their swinging. That's the mentality of the women we're supposed to be nice with.
I'm not saying be nice to them. I'm not saying be nice to them. I'm not even saying don't recognize them as enemies. But we need to be more strategic. That's all I'm saying.
Well, so what you're missing is that as a collective, they don't need an excuse to take black people out. They'll do it over a hamburger.
You're enabling.
White people. Hold on. There's an actual literal context of what we're talking about. We're talking about white people in America. We don't need to enable them to do nothing.
But you are.
Dr. King used all the right language, and they still shot him in the neck.
Well, listen. At the end of the day, you're enabling it. You're proliferating it, and that's the point.
And I'm respectfully hold on.
You wrong again.
I'm not going to say we proliferate.
No. I'm gonna respectfully disagree because I'm gonna say I'm to this.
You can't disagree to something I'm taking back because I said it was a little bit.
Oh, you taking it back? Okay, my bad. Okay, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, let's not give them any more credit that they don't deserve. Hey, so just to kind of level set the discussion here. So there's a group of black women who have kind of rallied around this white man, and they're doing a lot to defend him. And not only do they say, well, because a lot of their response is, well, basically, well, white men or black men are taking white women out, or black women out too. So let's level set the discussion here. I just looked up the FBI data, and when things like this happen, people start doing comparative analysis, right? So did you guys know that when the 60, it's a 60-40 ratio when it comes to white people, meaning that when white man kill, take somebody else's life, 60% of the time it's going to be a white man, taking out a white man. 40% of the time, those same white men are going to take out white women at a 40% rate. Now, when it happens on the other side, it's 88% of the time a black man is going to take out another black man, whereas it's 12% of the time for black women, right? Now, we don't want that to happen to anybody on either side, but the thing is that you still have those women that are defending this dude saying, well, black men are doing it too, when really the data says that you have a much higher chance if you're over there with the white man.
So let me ask you this, courtesy. I'm sorry, Mr. Eric. Let me ask you this.
That's how you do statistics.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, so right now, this is the opportunity I see, right? Because we all agree that white people are in danger to Black Americans. We all agree there, right? We all say we agree there. Why not take the strategic opportunity to get this nigga locked up, right? Why not just say, okay, despite whatever she was on, one less white man with freedom is a net positive to black men nationwide.
Well, that's black people are the only ones who are doing that.
I think the greater benefit would be for black people, for black women. I actually, ironically, think the greater benefit for black women, black men, but even more so black women, for them to see the devil for what he really is and not what their fantasy is. And the best way for him to let me finish. The best way
the question wasn't for you. So no.
Well, you didn't say that. Hold on, you didn't say that.
I said for Mr. X.
Oh, pardon me. I'm wrong.
So again, is it a net positive, yes or no?
Does this lock automatically or no? Yeah.
Is it a net positive or no?
Mr. X, he asking you.
No, it's not a net positive. I mean, the thing is that so look, the reality is that it's only black people who are actually trying to advocate for justice for this woman. The mainstream media is on code. They're like, hey, they're trying to hide it.
Sir,
they're not elevating this. They're not doing anything to bring any attention to this. The only people who are bringing any attention to this is basically black folks.
I'm asking you, if removing his freedom, would that not be because white Americans are harmful to black Americans in general? Removing his freedom, you're telling me that is not a net positive for black men?
Yeah, that would be a net positive. I would agree with that. But what I'm telling you is that the people on the other side are doing everything they can to shut this down. Black people are the only ones that's trying to move this forward to get some kind of justice.
Well, how would that be a net positive for black men?
That's what I'm saying. I was just about to say, because he ain't saying it.
Well, I was actually trying to respond, but I was disallowed from doing so.
But say your response. Anyway, we got Mr. X.
It shows that there's a mechanism for punishment for when you harm black people. That's the net positive. It shows there's a mechanism for punishment. There needs to be something in place to deter this type of behavior from anybody, especially them.
Hold on,
when they're getting away with it for so long.
Because you just lost me there. Because he said it'll be a net positive for black men. He didn't do that to a black man. I don't understand where we get a net positive from this at all.
Well, so no. Okay, so Roger, let me explain.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. The only net positive I know I got is a woman that hate me has now been removed.
Exactly.
So, but listen, if you A, removed him, B, she is also removed. That's a double net positive, because what was said on here was that a black. Okay. Now this is to Uru, and then I'm going to give it to Uru. I'm not going to say anything else. Black Uru said that white Americans in general are harmful to black Americans, both men and women in general. So if that hypothesis is true, then wouldn't removing his freedom be a net benefit? Uru, you have the floor.
Well, before Black Uru takes the floor, let me just say real quick, I will concede that one less white man practicing white supremacy technically does give black men a benefit. But go ahead, Black Uru.
No, I disagree. I think the lesson, I think the greater lesson to society would be the the greater benefit and lesson to society would be for him to get away scot-free for doing this.
Exactly.
I think the message to Black women would be profound.
Wow.
Would maybe possibly begin to disable some of this aspiring divester madness. I hope this guy gets away scot-free and live a great life and become a billionaire and get away with it scot-free. Now, that don't mean that I don't feel badly for her family and what they're enduring for her, but I think it will be a greater societal benefit for Black people, and indirectly, it may benefit Black men. Indirectly, it may benefit Black men for him to get away from it, because to the extent some Black women might become demystified by this divester madness, then there is going to be some indirect benefit to Black men. So I think the very best thing that can happen is this guy gets away with this scot-free, and he be a living lesson for Black women all over the country and all over the world.
Let me he's
getting away with it.
Because I asked the second one right after him.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm simply saying,
no. Actually, hold fast. I got two people backstage. Just coming up. I think one has been here before. I think one is all good. The other one I'm not sure about. Maybe both have been here before. It's hard to remember all the names of people who came up maybe once or twice here or there. But I'm gonna cover the screen just to be on the safe side. And I got Maloish, I guess you pronounce it, backstage, and I got Chief backstage. So I'm gonna cover the screen, but I'm gonna bring these up, let them speak real quick, and then we'll continue to let it flow from there. Okay?
It took y'all almost 4 hours to get to my opening statement. That's crazy.
You ain't had an opening statement?
Go ahead.
You ain't had an opening statement?
No, I said it took y'all 4 hours to repeat my opening statement.
Oh, okay. I get you there. And I'm gonna give you credit. I remember you saying some of that stuff. I do remember that. Okay, real talk. Now I'm gonna let you tell me how to pronounce your name. Is it Maloish Wilson?
Yes,
is that
sir.
what that is? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we also have Chief coming up as well. So let's let Maloish get in, then we let Chief get in, then we'll let the conversation continue to flow. Go right ahead,
Sure.
Maloish.
I just want to say thank you guys for allowing me on your panel. And yes, Mr. Roger, I was on your show probably 3-4 years ago now. The one thing I just want to say real quick: can Black men exercise their First Amendment right? In America, we have a First Amendment right. And the one thing I don't like, everybody else can exercise their First Amendment right, but we cannot. And I'm tired that we have to go back and march in the streets and get rocks thrown at us again, just so we can speak on how we feel. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. And I'm gonna say shout out, because I think somebody sent a super chat. Now I'm wondering, did I read that super chat? Because somebody said something about the First Amendment. Yeah, that was you, and I do apologize. So let me read it now. He said, in America, we have a First Amendment right. And I do think that that's something that we should consider before we say certain things. Man, I get to say what I want to say, and I don't want nobody to die, but if people got to die, I'd rather it be my enemies. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think there's anything wrong with me making it plain that I'd rather my enemies die than the people that I love and I'm close to. And that's just real talk.
Yes, sir. I just want to say real quick, everybody else now, like the gentleman that said earlier, they can call us bullet bags. They can call us everything but a child of God. And we will just say, okay, that's what we are. But soon as we say you're 300 pounds, ugly, with a wig on your head, with 7 kids, and you don't have a brain, and everything we're saying about you is the truth, then I'm wrong?
Well,
no.
I'm going to say this. Before we go down a path like that, we didn't say nothing about this woman. She was with her white man. She was in her white world. And that white man, by some people's opinion, took her out. Hey, that's his woman. I ain't tripping. Or you know, she may have actually taken herself out because she was distraught about losing her white man, possibly. Either one I'm okay with, because my enemy gone. I can't worry about how it happened. I just got to be thankful that it happened to somebody who's not my enemy, because people die every day, and I have to accept that as a human. People die. So I'd rather the people I love not die, and I'd rather the people that I don't really get along with be the people that has to die. That's all I'm saying. Because somebody got to die. It just is what it is. But let's get Chief in real quick.
Okay,
Let's get Chief in real quick. Chief, okay, I thought I had you on stage. I didn't. Go ahead. We can hear you now, Chief. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for letting me up, Roger. I appreciate that. So just for context.
And have you been here before? Just real quick. Have you been up here before?
Yeah, I think once or twice a while ago.
Okay.
Maybe a couple months. So just for context, black guy living in the UK. I was born in Great Britain. And we even have that over here. So it's not too kind of shocking to see that, you do have some black women in America that do carry on like that. I just wanted to kind of ask yourself and the panel a couple of questions. One is, do you view divestment as a mental illness? That's one. And the question number two would be, what's the likelihood of this same guy getting another black girlfriend after this has occurred?
Very likely.
100%.
You think? Very likely, bro. White supremacist women necessarily love this. So yeah, they will definitely flock to him.
No. As in black women, as in a black woman.
What? No.
Yes. Wait, everybody. Zulu, answer that again. Zulu, no, wait. I'm sorry, Raj, for pausing you on your own channel. Zulu, say what you said again, please, so that brother can understand what you said. Zulu, say that again.
Thank you. She's a white supremacist, bro. She's a white supremacist woman, so it don't really. She's a white supremacist, bro. It don't really matter if she was quote unquote Asian, bro. She was quote unquote Hispanic, whatever, bro. Once a person tell you they are white supremacists, they have already denied you to say I'm not with your group. I'm with this group of people. At that point, you need to look at that individual as hostile, bro. That's why they have honor killings and Arabic culture. Because at the end of the day,
I don't know if you want to go that far, though.
Well, hold on. Because he didn't really answer the question. The answer is 100%. It is so many black women. The question is, will he be able to get, if he's able to come back to the country and everything's all good for him, will he be able to get another black woman? And I'm saying he has 100% chance of getting another black woman. And they're not going to care about his story.
If I may, because Zulu, you were saying, because I wanted you to say exactly what you said before. Zulu was saying, yes, a white supremacist woman will go. In other words, just because her skin is black, she's a white supremacist. So yes, she gonna go. If dude is found not guilty, whether he did it or not, allegedly, if once he get back to the States, he can literally land, not even land. The female stewardess, the black female stewardess will be flirting with him in the before he. You know what? Forget it. Even in Tanzania right now, he could get one in the fly one over here. Then on the plane, he could be flying with a black American and get her number. Then when he land in the airport in the U.S., he could get another one. They going. It won't stop nothing. Go ahead.
Let me say this because I don't want it to sound like a thing. The reality is black women are already trying to write men who are in prison now for murder and a bunch of other stuff. Right. Going to prison to them is not a deterrent.
Well,
honestly, it makes them more attractive to a lot of them.
But to be fair, it isn't strictly a black woman thing. Hybristophilia, this affinity to the dangerous guy, that's very strong here in America. I mean, the so-called good-looking white guy, and they had all the white baddies in the court. He had killed some people.
Oh yeah, Mario's brother. We say Mario's brother. Yeah.
I mean, they over here in America. I don't know how it is over in Britain, but in America, there's a strong number and percentage of women who actually kind of get off on a man having put hands on and possibly even killed the woman. You know, Chris Brown ended up more popular amongst black women after he laid hands on Rihanna than before. So yeah, he won't have any problem. OJ didn't have any problem with the ladies, with white women after 1994.
The last two examples are those two guys are celebrities though. Those are
Hold on,
celebrities.
real quick. I'm not gonna let you do that. And I guess today is the day I protect white men because I've been doing a little bit. I'm not gonna say his name to tar his name. The guy you were speaking about, Black Rule, at first, and don't none of y'all say his name. He did what he did for a righteous reason, so that's a little bit different. Black women, which he asked about, not saying other people don't do it. He's asking about, does the having a criminal nature deter Black women from being with? And number one, bro, I don't care what nature you come up with. A Black woman getting with a white man is not going to be stopped.
Are turned on by hurting and killing women.
Well,
I will say yes. I would say American women. There is a strong strain of that in American women. Yes.
Yeah.
Can I say this? Because I'm about to drop, Raj. I'm about to drop. I just want to say one more thing.
I'm going to say this before you say it. I'm thinking he did ask, could a white man get a Black woman in this country? Bro, I don't care what's wrong with a white man. I guarantee you can get a Black woman.
Yes.
I don't care. You can find a guy with no head. If they somehow get him alive and he can talk to somebody or something, they'll be with. There is no white man that Black women won't take in this country.
I want to say this real quick. There's a Black woman who is an Olympic gold medalist
with a guy with no legs. The guy's got no legs. Yeah, the guy's got no legs.
Literally is engaged to a white man with no legs, despite all the other Olympic level Black men athletes. And the last point I'm going to make is this: he is in Tanzania. And so Zulu knows what that means. There are 2 Tanzanian hoes on his dick as we are speaking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me say this too, because I'm about to drop to Big Booty.
I gotta go. I want to get Mr. Z in because Mr. Z said he had to go. But even though he was trying to talk, I'm stopping y'all, and I'm stopping him to let y'all know that he said he had to go. So I'm really just prolonging his departure right now.
Oh man, I gotta go. So like, I just want to say this to Mr. Big Booty Ugandan for everybody. Let me say this to you. So
you said it right.
I want to be careful. I want to be careful for us needing or wanting or desiring for people who are our enemies and declare it. We want them to say it so overtly. There was a question you asked earlier, and I'm not indicting you or blaming you or accusing you of anything. What I'm saying is there was a question you asked earlier, as if the young lady ever said that she hated Black men. That is not how it goes, particularly with women, not just Black women, but with women. They play victim. They play like they've been harmed. They play like that is the framing. The framing is these men are incapable, inept, they're losers, they're not accomplished enough, they're not classy enough, they're not sophisticated enough, they're not tactful enough, whatever it is, right? It's not going to be framed as hate, and the words are definitely not going to be say I hate, right? That's too blatant. So it's going to be like what she said on one of those tweets. Black men keep on embarrassing us. That is the framing. The framing is I'm going over here because I'm a classy woman and I'm tactful and I'm upwardly mobile and I have aspirations for luxury. And these men they keep on embarrassing us. They're embarrassing. Right, so that's the framing. It's not going to be said hate. That's very few weird, loud divestors, like certain people. I'm not going to say her name, but the one that has the meme with a brother hanging while a little girl is swinging. So that woman right there, she would say it. But others, they're not going to say that. They're going to frame it like you're not sophisticated enough or whatever. And I pause right there. Thanks for having me up, Russ.
No, before you go, Mr. Z, before you go, I got to correct you. Those two things are the same. There are multiple ways to tell somebody you hate them without using the word hate.
That's what he just said.
I agree.
That's what he just said. You're just keeping him for a little bit longer. That's all he's going to keep you a little longer.
But I mean, like he is. I gotta go. But no, I am saying what you're saying, Raj. Though I am saying what you're saying. I'm just saying the word hate will not be in a tweet or will not be in a. For the most part, it won't. That's not what's going to be said. It's going to be framed for the most part the way I'm saying it. But you're right about the being conveyed. And I'm out of here, y'all. Later.
He ain't learned this lesson. Get him, Roger. No, come back, Mr. Z. Come back.
So, question to the panel, real quick: Is divestment a mental illness?
No,
it's not a mental illness.
It's a
Are you
choice,
sure about
sir.
that? Are you sure about that?
It's a
If it, no, no,
choice.
I'm gonna ask you a question, right? If a woman leave another group of like if a white woman or an Arab woman, whatever, right, leave her group of women, a group of men, and go to another group of men necessarily, is that considered a mental illness?
If she is doing so, and the driving factor in her mind is the men of her own race are inferior, it sounds like it could be a mental issue in my opinion.
No, people are allowed to make
Let me ask him. Let me ask him a question. Are there any men on this planet, as a collection, inferior to any other men on this planet?
By race, if you ask me, I would say by race alone, no.
You sure about that?
But just by skin color, nothing else.
No. So
But that
there
ain't the
there
question
are
he asked you. You're putting modifiers on the question he asked.
there are like, as men, we would choose certain women over others, and we would find certain women superior to other women. If we're honest about it, why
Sure
can't they
would.
do the same thing? Why can't they do the same thing?
I don't value this white woman like I value quote unquote Indian woman. I do have a scale, bro. I'm sorry.
Every time I every time I walk into a Chinese restaurant and I see them little short Chinese men, I feel superior to them. I don't know what you want me to say.
Now, and I'm gonna say, I respect people's having the ability to choose something. So, in order for people to respect my choice, I have to respect theirs. So, I don't care that the sister basically hated black men. I don't care that she hated black men. But the one thing I don't do is I don't revel in their death. I don't celebrate their death in any kind of way. I don't advocate for their death. She's just a person that happened to die. And when I look at all the people who could have died, if that's the one they got, cool. That's all I'm saying. You know, a woman that I know personally could have died. I'd rather be her. A woman that maybe was a teacher when I grew up could have died. No, I'd rather be her. A woman I may work with from a particular period of time in my life could have died. No, I'd rather be her because I don't know her and she hated us anyway. So I'd much rather be her. It makes sense to me.
So are any do you think any white men are gonna like support the GoFundMe or nah?
I don't care what they do.
Probably not though.
It is their woman to protect. She had a white man.
Their woman to protect.
It's they do what they want with her. You know, it is what it is.
I find something very intriguing. You have these quote unquote divestors, as they call themselves. They profess their love for these white men all over the internet, and they post all this stuff just like this woman did. How come those men don't ever post anything about their profession of love for those same women?
They won't. They don't have to.
It's a
they
find that very interesting. I find that very interesting. They were together for a year and a half. He got Instagram. Why he ain't posting nothing about her?
Man, bro, come on now. He reposted some stuff she posted. He reposted some stuff every once in a while, every now and again. He let you know she existed. He did.
If you go like for like, he is all over her page and she's barely on his. Barely on his.
It ain't his job to promote her. She ain't work for
She
his
auditioning to be with him. She want to be a white supremacist. She that's the team she trying to be on.
No. Look. I'm gonna say real talk. Yes, it's a woman's job to get a man to want to take care of her because they don't want to take care of us. That's just a general perspective. Number two, he white. He just ain't feeling her like that, and he has a right to not feel her like that. But three, I'm gonna say. Because I mean, she could technically be some level of a sacrifice. Because if you really don't like that chick, you don't really promote that chick. And I'm gonna just say, as a man, how much do we promote our own women? Do you really be on your social media promoting your woman like that? So to me, that's not no big deal. At the end of the day, she chose what she chose. She got the life she wanted.
at least when she died, very soon before she died, she at least had the fantasy that I got a white man, he's about to marry me, and he's rich. Now, I don't know how her last moments went, but maybe up until that last 12 hours, her world was wonderful. So let's just be glad she had a wonderful world before she went out. You know?
Let her rest in her presence, bro.
Yeah, separate rooms in the final hours, man.
Well, I'm saying the last 12 hours could have been shaky, but before that last 12 hours,
hey, she was riding high. She was riding high into that last moment, though. You know.
I'm not saying this to make fun of her, because I don't think nobody should celebrate somebody dying. I don't care who they was. You don't say. And that's why I'm gonna say again. Even on now, I had Compassion Catalyst do this, and I ain't saying nothing he don't know. I didn't like the rest and preference thing, because I know there's a lot of people on the internet doing stuff like that. Plus, I like being an original guy anyway, so I don't like using stuff that other people using. That's just a me thing. But I don't want any indication that I would celebrate somebody's death, because I don't believe in that. I mean, death is final. Don't do that to the person. You know what I'm saying? Don't celebrate the death. That's just not cool to me. You know. But at the end of the day, again, if I got to pick who's gonna die, I'd rather one of her than one of mine. And that's just real talk. And shout out to Trail Bendy. Appreciate you, my brother. He says the benefit to a black man is spotlight on our haters. And appreciate the Trail Bendy tax for that. I think that is a benefit to us, you know, because to me, this is nothing but another Lawrence Smith Fields case. Y'all remember Lawrence Smith Fields? Same kind of situation, really into the white man. Then some white man kind of offed her, or at least allegedly offed her. But they said he was a nice man, so they ain't even investigated. This seems like a very similar situation in this particular case. So I ain't mad at it. I'm really not. Okay. I don't think we should, go out our way to talk about her or make fun of her or something like that. But at the end of the day, man, to me, I'm only covering this because I'm a content creator. To me, this is not even news, because nobody from my community died. I understand people die every day. That's just something I already got past. I don't wish death on no particular person, but I ain't gonna celebrate her death neither. So to me, she a non-story. But since people care about it, I'm covering it. And I do wish that black men would not really even care about somebody like that dying, because I don't see how it hurts you. I really don't. Yeah, and somebody may say that's a little insensitive. It might be, but that don't make it any less accurate.
There are a lot of black women pushing black men to try to care about the situation.
I think that's literally the goal. They're doing this stuff so we will care, and other people are responding to it, and you're playing into their hands. They want you to care even though they hate you. I ain't worried about you. You hate me. I'm not concerned with your thoughts like that. Unless it's going to become an actual problem for me, your thoughts mean nothing to me. It's the same way. I don't care about a prejudiced white man, because you having a prejudice against me, there's no power behind your prejudice. Now, if you get racist with me, then I might do something to you. It is what it is.
Right.
But let me let AB Media get in here, because he done came up. So let me let him get the mic. AB, you got it, brother.
What's going on, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hear you loud and clear. Glad to have you.
How many ways can I say this? I feel nothing. I mean, I'm with Roger. I didn't wish death on a young lady, but you spent your time bashing black men. You promoted Zaddy, and now Zaddy's under investigation because of your death. Sound like a personal problem to me. I don't even understand why black men even became part of the conversation, considering she already written off black men. So why are black women online asking us about this? She herself wrote us off in her own post. So why should this be our problem? You're right, it shouldn't.
Well, I'm going to address that as a point. To say the only reason this is really doing anything with black men is because black women are going so far out their way to protect this white man they're quickly throwing us under the bus. We ain't had nothing to do with anything. But they quickly got online to throw us under the bus in order to protect that white man.
That's what they wanted.
I'm going to say again, the woman who got killed, she thinks like the average black woman. It's the average black woman jumping online, throwing us under the bus to protect that white man. They may not have called themselves a divester. They may not have said they trying to swirl and any of that stuff. They might come off as a black woman who down with black men. But when you throw us under the bus to protect this white man, we ain't got nothing to do with this story. You told me who you are. I just saw it. A lot of people missing it, but I see it.
You know, Roger, it's always Jermaine's fault.
And for that to even be a real thing, you got to hate me.
Yeah,
because y'all know what that means. Y'all know what that means. Saying it's always Jermaine's fault, that does mean something. You gotta hate me to make stuff that I'm not even around my fault.
Question: Why don't these same black women approach white men for this situation and say, "Hey, look, hey, fellow white guy, support or something"? Why wouldn't the preference? Why not approach the preference for help? I don't get that.
Because when you got a problem, would you call your dog? Now I know some people may say, "Well, what is he talking about?" I'm just keeping it real. That's how a lot of black women are seen through white men's eyes, and you can tell based on behavior. You don't call your dog to help you with a car problem.
Well,
and hold on, just to make it clear to directly answer his question, because technically they don't directly answer his question. They're not asking the white man for help because they already know how they're seen. If they thought they could get help from him, they would ask. They understand it's probably not coming. Because they show asking from anybody they view as a nigga.
Wow.
Now tell me I'm lying.
You ain't lying.
But there are white guys that are married to black women, that have mixed children, that have black girlfriends, and they can't even ask them.
I mean,
they don't want nothing to do with this.
I ain't telling them nothing. We're not telling them not to ask.
Nothing to do with this, man.
Yeah. And all of them say, as black men, we're not telling them not to ask. They're making their decision based on the information they coming up with.
The man that is
also, I don't want to run
the
this
man that is directly involved.
I don't want to run this white man off by bringing him my promise. If I bring him my promise, I might run this white man off. I might scare this white man and run him off.
That's a good point.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna step away for about 5 minutes or so. When I get back, we're gonna start some closing statements because we already an hour, 12 minutes past. So y'all got y'all little overtime in, okay? So when I get back, that's when we will start the closing statements. But y'all got about 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, the white man that is directly involved in this situation went on about his life the next day like this shit ain't happened. Think about that.
True.
He got a dead fiance. He makes no contact at all with the woman's family. No story, no rap, no. I tried to do what I can. I'm so distraught. I'm so I feel so helpless. None of that.
He ain't even mourning.
He supposedly was gonna marry. He lost and she gone, and it's like the garbage. It was Tuesday garbage day.
Wow.
And by the way, you Negroes, y'all could be on. You can get caught up that way too. Hollywood treat your ass the same way when some shit go down. I promise you.
Damn right.
She'll treat you the same way. So don't let all that ooh and ah she do when you got your dick up in her fool you. Don't let that fool you. Because a lot of brothers have ended up dirting at you after all that.
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah.
Jonathan motherfucking Majors.
So it ain't just them. It ain't just the women. It's the men too. Don't let these Caucasians demystify y'all, man. It's a lot of black people fooling themselves with these white people, or they want to be fooled by these white people. And this girl, these influencers, they on like some Pied Piper type shit. Because look, it's one thing to be doing your own, fantasy kind of stuff with some white man. There's a whole other thing to market and sell and profit from doing that. Man, they finding black women in walls. They finding body parts of black women in various parts of cities and all that kind of stuff. It's a whole different party when you're dealing with that Caucasian, baby. It's a whole different kind of thing going on. There's some stuff that's been built up in there from thousands of years in Europe, and under certain circumstances, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. And it's not something. And here's the thing: most black women, y'all not familiar with the depth of depravity that white men are capable of engaging in. You might be dealing with some guy who fantasizes about putting your ass in the wood chipper. That's what you could be dealing with.
Don't forget about that Sarah Arab nigga.
Yeah. I mean, see, a lot of times the biggest problem, and I would say for black men and black women, but it's different. We're not as acquainted with the depth and the variety of depravity that the European is capable of engaging in. Like, I remember watching the movie Braveheart, and towards the end where they capture him, they kill him, and they disembowel him, and make a point of this. That's some European type shit. That's specific to the Caucasian, man. Certain kind of thing, or you're quartered by horses. You know what being quartered by horses means? They tie your arms and legs, and they run the horses in opposite direction. No other place on earth you hear about them doing shit like that. That's some specific European kind of stuff. So I'm always thinking that they are capable of anything. So for me, it's not a stretch that he took that girl over there on some great white hunter type bullshit. That's not a stretch for me at all. Not at all. That's historical. They believe in that kind of stuff. They believe in trophies, human trophies. They believe in hanging black men and cutting off of their private parts and putting them in pickle jars and shit like that. That's specific to them. So then when something happens like this in Africa and there's a white man involved and somebody is hung, a black person is hung, and there's a white man nearby, I ain't got to think that hard about what happened.
But you know what though? You know what the diabolical shit is? Like in Africa, you would think niggas won't get hung. He hung your ass in the motherland.
Yeah, he made a point of it.
That is diabolical.
Yeah, but that's the European. They'll make a point of that. And here's the worst part about it. Man, that could have been the plan when he first got with her. That's the death of the specific. And look, I know I'm making some broad statements about European, but you don't hear about other people doing that island stuff. I don't like to mention those names too much of them people because they so powerful. I don't even like to really even mention them. mention their names too much. But there's a reason why them island people, they're a specific kind of people. There's a reason for that. They ain't no Asians, ain't no Africans, you know? It's them people. I mean, so I'm just saying, I know we focusing on her. It was a woman involved. I know we focusing on her. And maybe you can make this my last comment, Roger. I know we focusing on her in this event. And yeah, I'm not torn up about it any more than the rest of you all are, because the way I see it, you got with that rich white man, you were gambling when you got with him. You were gambling. So what comes of it, comes of it. You know, high risk, high reward, as far as I'm concerned on that kind of issue. But I'm saying, don't look, it can happen to you all too. Don't you get snow bunny hypnotized either out here. And I'll end my closing statement with that, because you can get caught up too.
All right, I'm gonna say, well said, Black Group. Well said, Great Black Reset. Do me a favor, get everybody up out of here, because I'm handling something. So, you know, get them some closing statement, get them on out of here. Now I see y'all. I will see y'all at the round table, of course. I see y'all at the round table, but y'all know what I mean. Go ahead, my brother. Appreciate it.
I got you, no problem. Nigga, I am white. Do you want to go first or last?
The president always speaks last, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Awesome. All right. So we're gonna go down to Chief. Chief, what's your closing statement? Chief, going once.
Yeah, right. So closing statement is yeah, this probably isn't the last time we're gonna see this happen this year.
Yeah, he out of here.
Uh,
He out of here. Go ahead. Move on.
and yeah, I just want to say thanks everyone on the panel. Thanks for Roger for letting me up, and that's it. Salute.
All right. Chaos Rain, what you got?
It's dead
Chaos
air, brother.
Rain, you with us?
It's
No,
dead
I
air.
can hear them.
Yeah,
I can hear them. Go ahead, Chaos.
you hear me? You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm doing some right now. You gotta do more than the next person.
All right, cool. AB Media.
Yeah, overall, this situation really isn't our problem. Guard your image, guard your peace, keep it moving.
Gotcha. I got something on the screen up here. Who's over there out there, AB? Tunnel
Tunnel
Runner.
runner,
What you
tunnel
got?
runner's next. Yo,
What you
like I
got,
always
boss?
say, protect yourself at all times. Men, women, children, protect yourself at all times. Black men, you are responsible for yourself and then everybody else. Peace.
All right.
Agreed.
Inspired Truth.
All right, can you hear me? Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes.
Come
All
come
right,
on
all
with
right.
it. Don't lie to us. Inspire us with the truth. Come on.
All right, so here's three truths here. One is Mr. C's super chat over there. He's been trying to get this out for a while. Divesting from black men is not a mental illness. It's American, as black American women are, and black American women are, in fact, American. So basically, it's basically as American as apple pie, basically, is what we're saying here. Like, we're all, in fact, we basically all see the effects of the social dominance order in this society. Second thing, romantic fantasy is extremely powerful for women, and racial hypergamy mixed in with that romantic fantasy. Oh, now that's a nuclear explosion right there, my man. That has some catastrophic impacts. The third thing and the final thing here is divestors or wannabe divestors or whatever the hell you want to call them are liars. And don't ever trust the liars with a definition about anything about you or anything about themselves. And when they talk about the, oh, hey, twice homicide rate or two times homicide rate with black women, go back to the stats, go look them up, and you will see that it's a higher rate amongst the other community. And that's what I'm going to leave it with. Go check your own facts. Don't trust it. Don't trust it.
All right. I'm gonna say, man, these women that are calling themselves divestors, they're showing you that they're traitors. and you should believe them when they show you who they are. Doesn't matter what they call themselves or what we call them. What we need to do is what Uru said. We need to make sure that everybody knows who they are and what they are up to, and hold them to the standard in which they set. They are traitors, and we should treat them as such. I don't care if a traitor dies. Um, and last but not least, the nigga I am white, the Wharton graduate, the great, the great, the one, the only, I am that white man. Let's go.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. So listen, it's a sad story. We did lose a beautiful black woman, gorgeous, South Jersey girl. You know, her bottom probably tastes as sweet as apple pie. It's just a sad situation. But beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, please, please, please investigate who you around. Make sure that you protect yourself at all times in the ring, because just as easy as this has happened to this sweet black woman, it can easily as happen as men. Right? That
True.
bitch be taken to Portugal and quarter your ass, as Black Rule says. Right? Niggas can get quartered too. So I'm gonna leave it there. Y'all take it easy and make sure you go to the strip club. Freak on.
All right, and I'm gonna say on behalf of the Roger Report Live,
I'm back.
4 hours ago.
I'm back.
Hold
I'm back.
on, I
Appreciate
got
that.
this. You
Yeah,
interrupting the host again. You interrupting the host. 4 hours ago, 4 hours ago, I said free Joe. It took y'all 4 hours to get to that point that we need to free Joe. Yes, we need to free Joe because they do need to learn their lessons. When you are a traitor, you're supposed to get a traitor's reward. Go ahead. Go ahead, Roger Report. Go ahead.
Hey, I mean, I don't know if I can say much after that one. Look, y'all. First of all, thank you for not being one of my relatives. That's number one. Thank you for being a woman that's like my sisters. Women that marry black men proudly, had black men's children, raised children well. You know, I'm glad it ain't those women. You know, I'm glad it's not the type of woman that's like the ones I see in my family on a regular basis. I ain't saying I got a perfect family, but most of them are pretty good women, pretty decent at the end of the day. I'm glad it ain't them. You know, now I would prefer black women not be killed. I definitely would prefer them not to be killed by an outside guy. But at the end of the day, what am I supposed to say about a woman who's sleeping with the man? I mean, I don't know how to protect a woman from the man she's having sex with. I haven't figured that one out yet. And I'm just going to be real. I really don't believe I'm going to ever take enough interest in how to save a woman from the man she's sleeping with that I'll ever figure it out. I don't think I care enough. And that's just real talk. So I appreciate the white man for not killing one of the women that it would hurt me if they died. Now, if a father hears this, hey, brother, I'm sorry you lost your daughter. She don't mean much to me, but I know she mean the world to you. So I'm sorry you lost your daughter, because regardless of what her behavior is, that's still your daughter. So I know she has a place in your heart. You know, and you showing that based on the fact that you try so much to get her some kind of justice. You know, I'm gonna just say good luck with that. I have no idea if you're gonna ever be able to get justice for her. I don't understand Africa like that. I'm just gonna say good luck, brother. You know, sincerely. You know, and if you heard me say what I said, I'm sorry, brother. I can't take that back. I can't take it back because death is a real thing, and we all gonna have to deal with it at some point. So I'd rather somebody else's go, especially somebody that's my enemy, before mine go. And that's just real talk. She was not a part of my community. You're probably a productive, respectable brother yourself. There's a good chance that there's a very good chance you believe in black men's leadership. Okay. I'm sure you're a functional brother based on what you're doing right now. And truth be told, the fact that you divorced from a woman who's now married to a white man, because that's what the reports are saying that you probably is one of us. And for people who say, well, how's his daughter like that? Come on now, y'all. A lot of daughters follow what their mama do.
And the reason he might be divorced right now is because he's a great black man. You know, we got to be realistic. Being a great black man don't get us long marriages like it used to. So something in the water, okay? Because that used to be a sign that man gonna be married for a long time. It ain't a sign of that anymore,
Hey,
and that's just
Roger,
being real.
Roger,
Go ahead.
Can I interject something in your closing statement that I do think bears noting, and apologies for interrupting.
No.
But
I was basically done anyway. Go ahead.
When she was 18 years old in 2013, she was 18 years old, somewhere around there. She posted a comment about suggesting that she'll probably end up with a white man just like her mama when she was 18 years old. So apparently her mother is the source of the divestment in her.
You know what? That's a very profound thing to say. I appreciate you putting that in.
18 years old when she said that. Yeah.
And to me, it just leads me into what I already was believing. Yeah, her father's probably a very good black man, which is exactly why her mother's where she is, and exactly one of the reasons the daughter's acting the way she is. This ain't got nothing to do with black men, y'all. And as black men, y'all got to stop taking responsibility for stuff you do not control. You lead what you lead. What you not leading ain't your responsibility. And we're gonna have to accept that as men. So I don't want to hear nobody talking about, well, it's his daughter though. It's his daughter. She lived the way she wanted to live. And once somebody 18, y'all, it's on them anyway. You can follow your parents' lead or you can do what you want to do. And that's just reality if you live in America. So, you know, good luck to her in the afterlife. I just hope she got herself right with God before she finally checked out. I ain't gonna wish nobody to hell, you know. But if somebody had to die, y'all, I'm glad it ain't a woman that I would care about like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad it ain't one of them. So I'm gonna end it right there. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Hopefully y'all family are fine and they're not gonna end up in no mysterious case with some white guy. Okay? Y'all have a wonderful rest of the day for real though. Long live the habitual last steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.